UVA Junior. Magnum Bowling Products, we have an immortalizer that we're giving out during our raffle. It helps preserve the life of your bowling ball. Dexter Bowling offers a shoe of choice for the winner of that raffle. So you got to be in it to win it though, so don't forget to get in the raffle. And BVL, we want to thank BVL, Bowlers the Veterans League, for donating an entry to military families. So if you are a part of a military family, you can apply for that. It's on our Facebook, or you can ask me for the link. We have a lot of items in the fun raffle today. We have a storm ball of choice. Also, I want to shout out William Clark, Coach William Clark from the Bowlers ER. Give it up, he's walking right there. William, hello. He's offering also a bowling ball from his pro shop. So if you see him, be sure to thank him. He's always such a great supporter of the Elite Youth Tour. We have a lot of Storm and Turbo goodies, EYT merchandise. The raffle is digital, so you can't tell me you don't have any money. But if you just have money, we'll take that too. So Steven's going to be coming around. The QR code is throughout the center. If you want to get into the raffle, it's really easy to do that. Also super grateful and thankful for my Elite Youth Tour team. Corbin Sadowski is the tournament director. We have Rochelle in a supporting role today, and Steven, logistics and scores, and we have Aretha at that merchandise table. Emil is on the live stream. Kate is going to be here taking photos, and Amanda helps get your scholarship money into your Smart account. Of course, I want to shout out one of my favorite centers that we go to, River Rand. Craig and Francie and all of their team are so amazing, and we feel like family here. They've been on our schedule for I don't know how many years, but they still love having us back, so thank you so much. Our next event is at Strike and Spare 2. Who knows what it is? Holiday Doubles is Bowlapalooza. It's a fun party weekend. Grab your favorite doubles partner. You guys really impress us every year with your holiday jerseys. But you guys, sign up. You want to sign up. So registration's open. Bowlapalooza next week or next month is holiday doubles on Saturday. And Sunday, we're doing a new thing. The EYT Team Cup turned into an EYT Trios Team Cup, and you need to have female on every team. So you should be scooping up your favorite female bowler right now. You can see the divisions laid out on our website, but it's going to be super fun. Grab your partners, show up. If you're looking for a partner, I made it kind of easy for you. There's a link on our Facebook page that will allow you to put your name down in search of. If you're looking for a U18 doubles partner, you can connect there, essentially. If you want me to put a paper out today at the counter, if you're looking for partners, I can do that too, just let me know. If you know any U12 bowlers, we've got a lot of U12 bowlers. We're doing a good job. We're rallying the troops, you guys. I see you listening intently. You guys need to take notes. These older kids down here, look at how nice these U12 kids are listening to me. Shout out to them right there. Yes, all of you guys. So we're doing this thing that, we want to make sure that our tour survives for a very long time. So we need to invest in our young ones. So if you know of a U12 bowler, and you want them to give this a try, recruit them, and they will get half off their entry, and you will also get half off your entry. You just have to email me, and I'll make that happen. We are using Bowlmetrics today for the scoring. Super easy way to follow the scores. Just remember that when you look at bowlmetrics.com, we're entering the scores in real time, so it might not look accurate. It's just because maybe all the scores aren't in. We are going to be bowling 6 games. Is that okay? Okay. And we're going to skip 1 pair. How many pairs are we going to skip? How many? Yes, okay. You heard me. You're going to find a yellow printout behind every every pair. That yellow printout is where your score needs to live. Maybe you have a really nice parent behind that is writing everyone's score down. That's totally fine, but it's still your responsibility to make sure that your score is accurate. So everybody should be checking their score if you're not writing it down, but also make sure it's written down. There's a thing that was happening earlier this year where if people knew they weren't going to make the cut, they didn't write down their score. And we need to close out bowl metrics, so we need your score. So if you do not write down your score, it's a $25 fine that's going to the scholarship pool. But guess what? Since I've started that, nobody has not written down their score, so it's working. Just make sure you write it down, even if the day could have been better. All right. We have Champions jersey. I have my friends here that are going to help me. Go ahead and grab one of those Champions jerseys, and I'll read it. You guys can come on down and get it. Nehemiah Kiefer, your Champions jersey's in. Your 10th one, 12th one. How many? This one for Landon Jordan. This is number 12. Donovan Lake, come on down. Oh, we're going to get a picture too. Ashlyn Tevis, we have your jersey. We've been hanging on to it so that we can present it to you. Come on up so we can get your photo. Ethan Taylor, love the colors. I've been holding on to this one too for a couple of months. JT Grothis, come on down. Grothis, not Grothis. Samantha Ruffin, we have your jersey and your fan club is going crazy. Bella Santalis, we have your jersey. Autumn Strode, we have your jersey. Come, make sure you stay for a photo, please. Brett Piando, how are you going to take your picture and get your jersey? And Sarah Doty. All right, we don't have anybody singing the national anthem today. Do you guys have it? You have it? You need my mic? Okay. Or should I sing it? No, you don't want that. Ask my husband. All right, you guys, thanks for being here. Have some fun today. Share the live stream. Take your time. Make your spares. Glad you're here.
15 and a half. I got 15 and a half. We got the record.
So proudly we hail at the
big letters. Glad you're here this week. You don't want to go to SYC? No SYC?
Yeah, like that's what we're in center.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you back to the Elite Stream, brought to you in part by Bowl-Stream TV. Emil Williams Jr., that's my name, and I'm here with you from one of our customary venues here on the Elite Youth Tour. It is River Rand Bowl, located in Des Plaines, Illinois, northwest suburb of Chicago, not too far from the Wisconsin border as well. And we do have a good amount of Wisconsin youth athletes who made the trip here this morning. For some, it's the closest EYT with respect to Wisconsin. And then there are others still, like the McKiskies, for example, who are who still had to drive about 6 hours or so to get to even Des Plaines here. As we get you underway, and oh boy, already seeing a decent amount of hook. I'll talk about the lane pattern here this week. Shout out to our president, Riley Smith, unable to be in attendance here this month. I always miss Riley for many reasons, but his expert knowledge with regard to lane patterns and some of the reasons why we choose, or he chooses, to use certain conditions and when we use them is always fun to hear. But off the bat, you know, River Rand is, it can be a tough place to score. Generally, there's not a lot of bounce off the gutter, but I'm seeing some hook in places that I wasn't expecting to see it, which means the scoring pace might be a little bit higher than I anticipated, which is always good. I like strikes. My man Will Clark in the building. Will has graciously donated a bowling ball for raffle today here at the Bowlers ER. Will has been here, I believe, since 2003, and I'm about 98% sure of that because I was one of those early students / clients / friends who made the trip over with him essentially to his new home. Prior to, he was in the pro shop at Waveland Bowl. This was back in my high school days, which was more than 20 years ago. Good Lord. All right, we got Shauna watching on Facebook. We've got Cindy watching on Facebook as well. Cindy, I'm going to tell you what that pattern is in just 1 second. And then the ever popular Julie Brandolino watching on Facebook. It's not the same without you, Mrs. Brandolino. It's funny watching Mrs. Brandolino. First of all, her daughter Gianna having a monster freshman campaign. Looks like the first semester of tournaments is in the books, and I'm sure she's doing the same in the classroom. We're all very proud of G. I can't say I didn't expect that. Well, I'm surprised she didn't win every tournament to start. But Mrs. Brandolino is also a teacher, and she gives me joy when she posts about the various Spirit Week outfits that she comes up with. The children have to enjoy what she brings to the table. These athletes starting to see, again, starting to see some strikes. So we got some hook early, too. That was some early loft right there. We've got Austin Van Coe on 11 and 12. We've got Jaden Rammel. We've got Abby Lawson throws really good. Eli Franco in the building, along with Brett Biondo coming off a win last month. Kennedy Spears in her Chicago Bears themed jersey. Got a nice little message this morning from the Elite Youth Tour Council as well. Some of the members here bowling and competing this week giving a little bit of a thankful message to their peers and, of course, the parents here in attendance, what they're thankful for. what's important. Things like, of course, being able to participate in a tour like this and have some things to bowl. As we watch Daniel Sotelo here on lane 12. That's what I wasn't expecting there. Like that shot from Eli lets you know that there is a little bit of hook out there, especially near the gutter, which, you know, again, here at River Rand, it can be difficult. Even if the pattern suggests that you should play out, sometimes you just won't see as much friction as you think you might or should. This is the Junior Gold Advancers 1 pattern from the U18 boys from 2024. Double check Facebook, but according to this, yep, 39 feet. 39 feet in length. I'll throw it on the screen here in just 1 second. Now this does have ice in it with regard to the lane oil used. And so that could play a role, and it will play a role with respect to, or at least it should, all things considered. Pattern should hold up, I think. That, and also there could be some spots in the lane where players think their ball should start to pick up, and they might travel maybe 2 to 3 feet longer just because of that ice oil. Oh, I saw the flex there. I liked it. Oh, Mr. Carey sporting his River Rand Bowl jersey. River Rand since 1973. A true staple of Des Plaines. Jaden going, essentially taking the lane out of play. Often what looks to be an IQ 78. Over your picture-in-picture in the bottom right of your screen is a look at 15 through 18. I'll take a peruse down in that area as well. Hello to all of our YouTube viewers. Please share whether you're watching on Facebook and or YouTube. It would certainly be appreciated. Share the stream. As long as everything goes to plan, this will be the live stream link throughout the day. So if you need to take a moment, get breakfast started. We'll be working way, of course, into lunch. 6 games of qualifying, 7 on a pair for the majority. I think there's 1 or 2 with 6, including the one on 13 and 14. And a couple of entries late into the yesterday afternoon, evening. Continuing to fill out today's entry field. It is high school bowling season, and so you do often get, oh, nice spare over there. Nice little 5-7 conversion. You do get a few bowlers who compete for their respective high schools who don't get a chance, whether by rule, their state's rules may dictate that they cannot bowl additional or compete in additional events or tournaments during the respective high school season. And or, of course, proximity, geography always plays a role as well. Nice little contingent making their way from Indianapolis, too. Pretty strong U12 division we've got as well. Watch Abby Lawson. That ball came peeling back. Peeling. Again, 39 feet. If you take the rule of 31, your break point should be around 8 or so. You would subtract 31 from the length of the pattern, which of course is 39 in this case. And you'd kind of do it the way Brett Biondo is doing, if you were to draw it up, if you will. Although Brett's probably getting it to about 3-4-ish down lane. The pattern on your screen just to give you a full view of it. Again, 39 feet, 2.80 to 1. Pretty high volume though, 33 mils, and you add high volume plus ice, which is the slickest of the Kegel oils, lane conditioners. You know, there could be some opportunities to get yourself in trouble, so I think ball speed will play a role. That 5.7 conversion, by the way, was over on 16. That was from Leia. Let's get you the Bowl Metrics link that you will need for today. Bowl Metrics is the place to view scores are updated in real time. Nice shot by Kennedy. Michael Yeldon checking in. Thank you, Michelle, for checking in this morning. Reese Renth got to deal with a 310. She's a little further left than some of her counterparts on this pair. And just looking around, seeing Autumn Stroh. She is the Elite Youth Tour Council, or Elite Youth Council president. Autumn is here. She's been bowling very well. Had a couple of dubs here in these last few months on the Elite Youth Tour, as well as in her home state of Indiana, putting in work. Mr. Carey. Taylor is watching on YouTube. Hello to Taylor, and again, hello to Bill Carey. Also checking in on the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel. Please subscribe to that channel if you have not, and encourage others to subscribe as well. That's a good ball change there for young Jaden. open his angles up just a little bit more. Can throw it away from the pocket. Wow, that ball came peeling back from Justin. Ball speed helped with that. Franco, will that one get up the hill? It does. Young Eli. What a reaction. Oh, I missed last month, EYT in October. Shout out to all the champions in that month. Well, I wouldn't be shocked to see Brett Biondo in advance to the finals today. He's been on that kind of run. His game continues to blossom. I mean, we say this all the time, especially about this tour, because we get a chance to, for the most part, be here once a month. And great shot by Franco. And so you can see the players, as they continue to mature, both mentally and with their physical games. I mean, you can see the improvements. And Biondo looks to just be more in control of what he's doing. He never looks like he doesn't know what's happening with his ball motion, right? And even if he is lost, right, he just doesn't show it to me. He said he was thankful for, of course, the ability to bowl. Talked about the tour, and then he also said he was very thankful for a spare ball, and that got a laugh, of course, out of the bowling center this morning. But he certainly understands how important the spare ball is. Speaking of spares, that was a pretty tough one from Kennedy. She handled it. Sarah Doty, she got another Champions jersey this morning. She's wearing one right now. Ashlyn Tevis got a Champions jersey this morning, I believe, as well. Ashlyn officially signed to go to Jacksonville State. Top-ranked collegiate team in NCAA women's bowling, Division I. A couple of Jacksonville State, I think, signees. I saw a lot of gear and apparel from students, or I should say athletes and parents this morning. I just learned that Savannah Portillo actually signed with Arkansas State. So congrats to Savannah and the Portillo family. We could have athletes who've signed elsewhere and maybe playing some other sports that don't include bowling. So congrats to those as well. Fun time to, almost a 4-7-10 conversion over on 15. That was pretty darn close. Well, I like Daniel's ball roll. Somehow kind of tricking his bowling ball to get it through the front part of the lane. Not quite spinning it, but that was very nice. It's kind of in that flattest part of the pattern too. River Rand is always a popular place, especially if you live in the area and surrounding suburbs. But big place for high school bowling. Glenbrook North, Notre Dame, Niles West are just a few of the high schools who do call River Rand home as Biondo strikes again. Recently hosted, I believe, the Windy City Collegiate Classic, hosted by Valparaiso. So seeing some collegiate tournaments here at River Rand. I did pin the results in the Facebook page. I'm going to do the same for our YouTubers. All right, Sarah Doty. The pace of play will be slightly up and down. As mentioned, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 pairs of 7. And the rest look to be 6. So don't fret, but there will be a little bit of a kind of an off and on, right? The 7s are more than likely going to finish certainly later than the groups of 6, generally speaking. 15 and 16 is just about done, in fact. Beyond a hope. Looks like Leah over on 15 and 16, who made the 5-7 earlier, she can strike to get to 205. Give Leah, excuse me, a quick look over there. Nice job, Leah. 204. Good to see her bowling again, too. The last time I saw her, me personally, was in September. She was bowling the Battle Royale. And I think her thumb kind of stuck in the bowling ball a little bit, and it just didn't quite get off her hand the way she wanted. And she had to take a moment just to kind of compose herself a little bit. It's JT Grothus, and well, I will take the blame for that one, JT. Don't worry about it. That was on me, the old Black Cloud. I see you got a double over there. I'm like, oh, let's check in on JT, see how he finishes the game, and I clouded. So I'm sorry, Grothus family. I apologize. We now have to know if he makes the spare, right? We have to see it. Spare converted. That's a good spare by Reese. Over to our left, Nehemiah Kiefer. William Carey over on our guy on 11 and 12 here. He's in the U16 boys division. Ooh, that's a good break there for Biondo. Didn't quite stick the landing. Almost paid the ultimate price. It feels like he bowled much better than the possible 217. And that's what's always kind of strange about bowling, right? I look up, he goes strike, spare, double, spare, strike. Just couldn't put 3 in a row together, which seemed almost impossible the way he's been throwing the bowling ball here in game 1. Young Elliott, who is bowling on 11 and 12, he was one of the first people here this morning. Elliott Dorr. Looks like Landon just picked up something down there. Landon Henderson. His mom, Kia. Of course, proud supporter of her young son. She should be. He's got a bright future. The pair or the skip today is one pair. Skipping one pair to the right. Young Eli Franco. Well, he had an error in frame 4. I mean, you talking about covering up an open. Going to be in the 240s here. Looks like he's going to the concourse to get a bowling ball to try. Wow. Talking about some good carry. Generally, when you kind of get down to that squat position or that one knee, right, you like the shot, but maybe it's just like a hair in or a hair right, and that's what Jaden, I felt, thought immediately. He knew it would be close. Nice game by young Eli. All right, some quality games I'm seeing around us here. Of course, 216, 243, 13 and 14. Jaden over here with 210 on 11 and 12. Young Aiden Fincher, he's moving one pair to the right. Everyone will eventually make their way back within the their starting area. Devin McKiskey next door. Got a chance to get into the 230s. Mr. Carey doing work. Group starting to make their moves with regard to pair switching.
Harlow.
I definitely had a good back. I think I had like 96 and 7. Yeah. I'm standing at like 9 now, aiming at 7.
Guess he's going to be in the 2 teens. (17 and 18). They are in the 10th frame. Looks like everything 17 through 24 on their last couple of bowlers in the 10th frame. Nice spare. Tell you, 3 9s are not easy. All right, 191 for William Carey, and that'll do it for 11 through 14 in particular. A few shots left next door on 15 through 18, specifically 17 and 18. All right, so we believe 17 and 18 is done. There was a scoring monitor issue, specifically with the right monitor on lane 18. So it looks like that's being reset. And I believe, maybe not. A couple more shots left on 21 and 22. Looks like part of our U23 division down there. But game 2 is upon us. We'll flip the graphic and get it ready for you. Looks like we do have a little bit of bowling going on in our U12s, though. They've already started on 7 and 8. Young CJ Benavides. I'll have to confirm with his father, Caesar, but he might be bowling his first tournament. All right, here on 11 through 14, we've got some really good players. Looks like we've got some U14s, some U16s. Talked about Autumn Strode. There's Nehemiah Kiefer on your right. Nehemiah had a lot of heads turning at Junior Gold this year. Helped his team win USA Bowling and finished second in the U12 championship final. Zach Groth is sporting that very cool White Sox partnership. Nicely done by Kiefer. Well done, Nehemiah. Savannah Portillo also on this pair. Looks like Riley Flanagan, Charlie. Well, we'll see if Charlie Jones is on 13 and 14. Cameron Anderson. That's a good bucket conversion. Those are difficult anyway, but there was like the 4-pin was slightly off spot. I feel like the last time we were here, Cameron won. Let's go look that up. Hello, Helen. Oh, that's I saw Sean. He did come up and shake my hand, which I appreciated. Oh, look out, Easton Taylor. Look out. Look out, Easton Taylor. He posted that one. That was arguably the best gutter I've ever seen in my life. We saw one gutter spare already today from a different player. Let's see if Easton Taylor can make gutter spares for the field and go 2 for 2. Not him, but again for the field itself. Oh, he's playing in. Oh, and there it is. That's just like 9 spare in the first frame, baby. No harm, no foul. It happens to the best of us. Hello to Jerry. Thank you, Christy, for checking in on Eli. Fantastic game. John Sipich. I can't remember the last time I actually called Sip John. It probably is at least more than 20 years since the last time I called him John. Oh, good morning, Sip. Thank you, Lean. I remember that because for some reason I was not calling him Cameron. I kept looking at a different name and calling him that name as opposed to Cameron. I said I'd never forget him. Melissa, I just saw Leah, but I feel like she was to our left. She's over on 9 and 10, it looks like. So I've just done something that I don't normally do. It's always like the bottom half of the screen to not be crowded, if you will. One picture-in-picture generally works perfectly. I did add 7 through 10 over there just for a little bit. for a moment. I'll be able to go back and look at this and go, maybe we can do that and it looks okay, or maybe we can't. It's a good break for Nehemiah. This might be one of those patterns where you know, he can overpower some things, and that's, I think, one of his gifts, like one of his superpowers. He's got the ball speed and the power aspect. But with the ice oil, the lane conditioner itself, just not the length of the pattern, but the type of oil can cause that, right, if you're a little bit too fast or a little bit, you know, in the overpowering supply. So if he can back it down maybe about a half a mile per hour today, and or be able to find a way to open up the lane a little bit. Skylar Petts is also over on 9 and 10. I think the last time I saw Skylar, she was bowling for a championship, the Battle Royale. Kind of like what Cameron's doing, right? And he's, again, from the ball speed perspective, you can see the differences, obviously, in the game between Nehemiah and Cameron, right? When people talk about two-handed bowling, hopefully they're not talking about it in a negative way, but even if they are, kind of just remove all of that stuff, and then you can still compare two-handed players, because not every two-handed player is the same. And you got two on 13 and 14 who threw it completely different. Their attributes are different. It's just the equivalent, essentially, to two one-handed bowlers. It could be two one-handed righties, two one-handed lefties. I don't think there are two bowlers on earth who maybe they look similar, but they do not throw it the same. But maybe we're reaching a point where with artificial intelligence, we can get as close to copying bowlers as we possibly have ever seen. Who knows what technology might bring to the table. But that is the one uniqueness. There's multiple uniqueness items about bowling. But you can try to throw it like somebody and mimic your game, and you still won't get, you know, completely close, if you will, to the person or the player that you're trying to mimic. Nehemiah did make the change, it looks like, to reactive. He's just a couple boards right, a little further right than he needs to be. I think that works if he can dial it down on the speed just a touch. But if he's got to probably move in just a hair, though. Mr. Carey was trying to get there. High flush from Ashlyn Tevis. Here's Strode. 39 feet can be difficult. And now we've got a full game's worth of transition, right? And we've got a lot of, for the most part, right, we've got a high number of players on a pair of lanes, right? There's a lot of lanes or pairs with 7. And so this transition actually might start to happen much quicker. By the way, hell, I don't know if I finished my thought, but shout out to our guy, Aiden, which hopefully it's not his right hand. Well, yeah, I hope it's not his right hand. I was thinking, it's two-handed. You still need your wrist, though. You could argue that as a two-handed player, you need both wrists more than a one-handed player. I actually remember breaking my left, I think it was my wrist, And once I got the cast on, I remember going to bowl a tournament. I don't know if that was smart or not. I'm a right-handed bowler, so it was my left wrist. So I was able to hold on to the ball. I was able to pick it up, from the ball return, using the cast to help. Come to think about it, I mean, I ended up shooting 700, and that's not a brag, but I did happen to shoot 700 in this tournament. But I'm wondering now, thinking about it, because I'm thinking like the cast, it's got a little weight to it, right? So it's gonna throw off what would normally feel, and it kind of forces you, at least I think it did for me, thinking about it, to slow down. Uh-oh. All right, Nehemiah, take your time. Gotta regroup. Gotta regroup. Abby Lawson, who was on 11 and 12 to start, she moved over to 15 and 16. She kind of reminds me a little bit of like a Carly Van Dunen of Arkansas State. There's this little, it's almost like this brief pause, like right as the downswing is about to take place, and then this just extreme acceleration. And Van Dunen does it so well. She's got a lot of speed and rev rate. I expect her to really be competitive if she goes on tour, on the women's tour. I see a little bit of that in Abby. She's again now on 15 and 16. That's the right or bottom right of your screen, picture in picture. Tevis, yeah, it was a little in. Mentioned Ashland. Headed to Jacksonville State, but before that, she's trying to hopefully get her squad, her high school squad, to another state championship. Harlem High School, which has traditionally been one of the best schools in the state of Illinois. Rockford, for high school bowling in particular, they've never messed around, man. From middle school through high school. In other words, Harlem, shoot, all of the Rockford high schools are leaving me now. Rockford, let's see, Harlem. Shoot, was McChesney Park a high school? I know it's a city. Onondaga, what else? Auburn, Guilford, I think even Rockford East. I mean, historically, at some point, they've all been great, but when you say Rockford, Harlem, people generally know what you're talking about. There's Portillo, Savannah, that is. And speaking of Arkansas State, again, I learned this morning that's where she's headed. Yeah, nice little crew watching this morning here on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you share if you have not. Just hit that share button. Sometimes you don't even have to put a caption. Just hit the share button. We'll take it. Northwest Indiana well represented today. They always are in the Elite Youth Tour. There's so much great youth bowling with regard to tournaments in particular to go and compete in. Obviously, the EYTs, Wisconsin Junior Bowlers Tour, the Illinois State Scholarship Tour, and Patty Maurman, the Indiana Youth Tour. Oh my. Now that was frustrating. Typically don't see that type of hit very often. And we'll need a 10-pin respot on 14. That's one of those, you know, bowling is already difficult. And of course, Nehemiah's case, he's missed a couple single pins, trying to figure out this pair. And then that happens. Meanwhile, Easton Taylor was having his own struggles over here on 11 and 12. On another good shot. That's right. That's right, Lily. I told you I wouldn't forget. I still don't know why I wanted to call him Connor. It's like when you go to, like for those who may frequent Starbucks, right? And you tell them your name, and then every now and then, especially if you've got a name that is either not common or could have multiple spellings, and you get that cup, it's a good frame there. Good frame by Kiefer. Young Nehemiah. And you get the cup and you go, well, how the heck did they get this spelling or come up with this name? It's kind of like that. Great shot. Looks like ball change already too. I don't want to guess, but it kind of gives the color scheme of the Equinox from Storm. I gotta tell you folks, if you're a fan of bowling balls, and if you're a bowler, you almost have to be. You at least have to be aware of what is coming out on a daily basis. It feels like that because, you know, each brand is, you know, releasing bowling balls at a pretty high rate. But there are some really, really good bowling balls out there. A lot of them come from one of our sponsors, of course, Storm Bowling. Shout out to Storm. As Deandra would say, our day one here in the Elite Youth Tour. They've been with this tour since the beginning. And everybody at Storm, from the top down, very important role in what they do here, certainly for the Elite Youth Tour, but obviously across the industry. Great shot by Devin. First double of the game for McKiskey. Talked to his dad this morning. Their bowling center doing pretty good. He showed me a cool reel of, it was almost like an influencer type review. 8-lane bowling center. believe it's Edwin Memorial Lanes, EML. And I was like, well, that's kind of close to mine. Nicely done. Young Leslie Majors over on 9 and 10. Had a chance to catch up with her dad, Howard. Issa now doubling up on 11 and 12. There is a spot on lane or 13, excuse me, that has it's like out the door about 10 or so, but it's before the arrows. Like if you kind of miss left early around 11, 12, it's going left, kind of like what Cameron obviously just did it, but Nehemiah did the same thing a couple of frames ago. Gotta shake that frame off. Again, 39 feet, 33 mils of oil though. It's 2.80 to 1, so 2.8 to 1. That's the ratio. Oh, that's a good shot. Cameron Mills. Nice spare from Autumn. I don't know what Autumn's going to do like professionally off the lanes, but whatever it is, I think she's just going to be great at it. She's just got that attitude that she's just going to be great no matter what it is. I look down on 19 and 20, and I see 5-bagger, 9-spare, 3-bagger. So someone is trying to play big game, take little game here this morning in game number 2. Starting to see a few strings start to pop up as well. More, I should say, more strings. Not just the one that possibly could result in 279. What's on our docket today, good people? What are you guys working on? It's Saturday. Hopefully you don't have to work. Maybe you do. But if you don't, what do you have planned today? Dinner plans, lunch plans, stay at home and chill plans? DIY projects. This is probably the absolute last warm day in the Chicagoland area. It is going to be another 60+ degree day, and I think tomorrow it's below 50 probably for the rest for the rest of our, certainly for the rest of 2025. We won't see another 60-degree day probably until about May, after today. This warmth, though, in November and October, right? Because it was like 80 degrees at the start of October for almost like a week. It's like Chicago was like telling me, maybe you got to depart, man. I was starting to get used to the warm weather in November. It was like really throwing me off. I got a lot of people in St. Louis that I know. I went to college there. And St. Louis is always 10 degrees warmer than Chicago. Just always. And so when it was 65 yesterday, it was 80 degrees in St. Louis. What? In November? This is what you call grinding right here in 13 and 14. It's been a grind for Nehemiah. Cameron's had to grind a little bit, but Devin McKiskey. Still clean through 8. Update on the 279 effort. Looks like 252. Or was it 262? Yep, 252. Over on 19 and 20. Great score. This is a very difficult spare, and I didn't see how it happened, but that was well done by Savannah. Uh-oh, get a couple.
Steve.
Mr. Kloss. Ian had himself a couple of frames he'd love to have back in the middle of this game, but again, strikes like that will help make up the difference. Kiski has put himself in position to shoot another 230. He didn't get it done, or to 230 specifically. He did get to 210 in game 1. He's got another chance, though, to get to 230 here in this game. Okay, Jerry. Well, I'm here with you. As long as we get done before 4 o'clock, that's my, I have the hard out today at 4 p.m. My wife has a work kind of gala event tonight, and it's an hour drive home. Luckily, the venue is only like 30 minutes or so from our house, which is helpful. But the drive home, you know, from River Rand on a Saturday, that's at least 55 minutes. So if we start approaching 4 o'clock and some of our finals this afternoon aren't done and you don't hear my voice anymore, you'll know why. Today is one of those days that, you know, especially for those who are married. You know, you get that one day where you just cannot be late. You guys know what I'm talking about. Today's that day for me. And the crew and the staff knows it here. and they're going to help me if I do need to leave early. We'll make sure that the stream remains on, so you can see the ending of things. But we appreciate you, Jerry. Leslie will be kind of full screen, if you will, here coming up in Game 3. She'll be moving to 13 and 14. Yeah, 13 and 14. Oof. Get out of there, 9-pin. Eason Taylor, watching him when I first started working on this tour as a U12 bowler until now, and he's not even close to being done. Still got several, not several, but a couple more years of youth bowling at least. Oof. Brutal A-pin there for Ashland. The future really is so bright for every single youth athlete that is competing, not just today, but every month. I think the beauty really of it is when you take bowling out of it, just thinking about it and looking at it from their eyes, and even from, of course, from the parent eye, if you will, right? How they have their entire lives ahead of them. Some of the parent and athlete conversations starting to take place as this transition starts to affect a few bowlers. The sun is so elegantly now is shown up. We're in our side view door here at Des Plaines. There's a side door right in front of the snack bar, kind of behind lanes 23 and 24. So the sun peeking in. Riley and Ava sharing a moment. Flanagan. of Leslie. She's up right now, bottom left of your screen in the picture-in-picture. Just made that spare, so a strike will get Leslie to 141 here in game number 2. All right, some of our pairs on the high end wrapping up. McKiskey got the first. All right, 220s though. That's a good start. 220 for Devin. By the way, very nice 246. Our favorites, Helen, checking in also on Facebook. Got one son bowling today, and unfortunately, young Aiden dealing with a broken wrist. I hate to hear that. Boy, Easton was on his way to saving 2-0. I gotta tell you, 190 after a tough start is not bad by any stretch. High flush, 4-pin. Nicolette finished things out for the group on 11 and 12. Zach Grosses with a big 246, but not the high game of this game, of game 2. We did shoot we saw, I should say, 252 on the board, down on 19 and 20. All right, we're rolling into game number 3. I tell you, the U12s, they don't mess around, man. They're like, hey, we're ready to bowl. We've been waiting for you guys. Come on, move on out. We got Brentley Cameron down there. We've got Cesar Benavides Jr. We've got Xavier. I see young Carlos. I'm sorry, Carlos is in the chat. His son Alexander is bowling. And he told me to look out for the shoes, so I'm going to be on the lookout. A little custom-made action. Throw on some Velcro at the bottom. My good friend Andre was big on that. In fact, I don't know when the last time my guy actually wore a true pair of bowling shoes. Well, we got a two-handed lefty in young CJ. How about that? Lewis Leadingham. Also in this group, here's Xander. Oh, that's got a hook. I thought that was hooking. Melissa Leah is now on 13 and 14, of course, along with Leslie Majors. Let's see who else. We just talked about our U12 group. And the majority on 11 and 12. We do have a couple on 13 and 14 as well. Marshall Olson. This is Marshall over on 14. That's a good shot. Olson in U16. You see Jaden Kinney over, or at least standing near 14. Landon. Yeah, that was a tough break. Landon Henderson, part of our U12. And we got Skylar Petts also on 13 and 14. Get the big wheel on the 10-pin conversion. Alexander wrapping 10 pins. I feel like he's got his trusty black venom. Maybe I should throw that ball to Marlique. Hang on. That's pretty impressive. Young Xavier, he's got that big bright smile. Olsen with a very nice double to open. And Leslie Majors. Said this before, I'll say it again. I just think it's early in her very young career. Just getting started. But that is the making of a professional Women's Bowling Association Tour athlete. No doubt about it. Yeah, I've known Cesar Benavides for a very long time. This is CJ, his son, bowling on lane 12. I can't believe, I shot there by Leah, that we are here already with regard to. I mean, it just feels like he just had CJ. And he's bowling in a tournament. Landon's won his fair share of tournaments already too, and he's only, or he's still U12, I should say. Nice. Again, wasn't easy. What a spare. I've seen some really good spares made on lane 12 today. Ridley already with the makings of a strong, powerful game with that high backswing. Nice from Skylar. It's funny that when young athletes, like, I noticed most people don't really pay, I should say most kids don't really pay attention to what I'm doing. Like, they kind of look at it, and they kind of know we do this, right? And then they'll get to a pair that, like, of course, the booth right now is behind lanes 11, 12, 13, and 14. And so, like, Landon looked at me, and he kind of gave me that look like, I know him. And then he looked up and saw the camera, and then you could tell, like, he was putting it all together. It's like, oh, I'm on live stream this game. Be keeping an eye on Zach Grothus. He's over on 15 and 16 right now. He shot 246 in game 2. That's actually a good time to take a look at the standings. You can click on the pinned comments or on either both Facebook and or YouTube. If you're still watching on YouTube, again, hello. Of course, and if you're still watching on Facebook, we say hello to you as well. This is game 3, if you're just joining us. Coming up on the 11 a.m. Central Time hour. All right, U12 boys. Xavier Martinez with the early lead.
Raffle tickets.
Nice shot, Leah. U12 girls. Ava Flanagan with the early lead. Samantha Ruffin is nearby. U14 boys, Eli Franco. Eli is plus 34 for the first couple of games. Reese Rinth with the that's a tough one. Reese Rinth has the early lead in U14 girls. U16 boys, JT Grothus. He's 46 over after 2. Followed by Ian Kloss, Marshall Olson here in a very good start. U16 girls. Leah Johnson, who had that nice 5-7 pickup. She's leading early after 2 games, followed by Jessica Pivas and Leah Hopkins, currently 3rd. Autumn Strode 4th, Kennedy Spears 5th. The majority of the divisions today will have stepladder finals. We got several divisions that will advance 3, some that will advance 4. It looks like the majority will advance 4 today. The only one that we won't advance 4 to is U16 girls, or 3 or 4, I should say. U16 girls this week, or this month, the highest entry count, looks like. So that'll be an eliminator finals. Actually, had 13 girls in U16. U18 boys, Jaden Ramel, 58 over. Devin McKiskey, 38 over. Brett Biondo, 32 over. Ashlyn Tevis in U18 girls early lead. She is again leading. Haley Sloniker, Sarah Doty, Sarah Legu, Holly Orgman, pretty close by, along with Savannah Portillo. And then in our U23 division, Sean Lee 40 over, Donovan Lake 14 over. Those are 2 collegiate bowlers. This is essentially our collegiate division. Nice bounce back for Skylar Petz. She's thrown 2 really good shots now in a row. I like the plan of attack there from Caden. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but I like that right to left. CJ got his first strike in frame 6. Nicely done. That was a frame that some adults simply can't produce. Oh, it was a great first shot. Wraps a 10-pin. Comes back, takes care of the spare 10-pin. No issues, no trouble. Like he's been doing it for 30 years. Young Landon, similar situation. Landon out there looking like he's been doing it for 30 years. And CJ, well, he's made a ball change. Come on, CJ, nicely done. Okay. He gets a Cesar Benavides Jr. reference now. But he's going to be CJ for the rest of this game. I'm going to give Cesar his love. Crazy, man. 20 plus years worth of knowing people. First time I met and or knew of Cesar, it was certainly through Will. Of course, that's our mutual initial friend. And then, of course, you create the friendships as you go along. But Cesar won a big tournament. I got to remember now. I got to ask him what it was. But it was, you know, he won a $10,000 tournament. I'm speaking of CJ's dad. But back in 2003, you know, 10,000 is still a lot. So I don't want to make it seem like it's not. But 10,000, I hear someone win $10,000 at a tournament, I'm not as shook by it now, right? Because I cover people who win $10,000 tournaments all the time. But when you're like 19 and you hear, you meet someone who won a $10,000 tournament, that's like winning $1 million back then. And that was my first impression of Cesar. He's a big Halloween dude too. Always decorates his home. He and his family, they do a great job. This year they had a Coco themed, you know, front lawn celebration for Halloween, and it drew a lot of media attention this year. WGN TV, for those of you who are local, came out to Cesar's house. He had tour buses kind of rolling in. It's kind of like that. You know, those who kind of take the holiday lights, when they take that very seriously and they have these really cool displays. Cesar is that way for Halloween. Henderson. Yeah, that's a difficult leave. We don't see that one left a lot, Landon. You're right. Like quietly here, Leah Hopkins putting together a solid game. Thank you, Chastity. Wishing young Lewis good luck. We're really starting to actually see a little bit of what the volume of this pattern really is about. Good spare there for Lewis. It's 33 mils. You know, and I'm still watching Xander's bowling ball go left to right, and I'm expecting it to start to read the mid lane a little bit, and it's just not. Good spare. Oh my goodness. Talking about a ricochet. Wow. Two, 4, 5s are not easy. All right, Landon. My guy did it again. And we're at that new stage of the Elite Youth Tour, folks. We talked about it this morning, or not this morning, excuse me, when the new season started in August. Mr. Olson, he had trouble. Front three, missed a spare, couple of splits, now back on it here in the 7th frame. But this, the new group of athletes who are now kind of elevating themselves into the spotlight. You know, we've got many players. I talked about those who've signed, and Summer Bowling here signed to bowl collegiately in the next year or two. We've got current collegiate players who, you know, felt like they were just here, and they were. Gianna Brandolino having a great start to her career at Jacksonville State. The same thing with Abigail Starkey. She is at Nebraska. Those are two of the best youth bowlers from this tour ever. Landon and Griffin Jordan. Twins who put in so much work, won a lot of titles on this tour and certainly around the area and the country for that matter. Nice job, Lewis. They are now hoping to contribute to multiple national titles. Best shot of the day for Xander, and he let you know about it. The Santeliz family is like one of my favorites. Like they've got an athlete almost in every division, and just from watching them bowl, they each have a different personality. Surely finishing up the point about the athletes, it's like, you know, go to school, especially high school, right? Every 4 years you get the new class, or every year, if you will, right? If you're thinking about it from college recruiting terms, you know, there's so many others who have moved on to college. And now the next group signing to go to college, and then the group in the division under that, of course, working, aspiring to be much like their older counterparts. It's fun to watch. That's a solid game, young CJ. Landon looks back, head shakes, gets the kind of the okay on from mom. He's going to give this one a run. It shows a little bit of frustration. I love youth bowling, man. It's just good raw emotion from our young athletes, especially the youngest ones. The older ones, you know, they get to that point where you can start to tell them, hey, you know better, and you can do that obviously with U12s too. But the emotion is just still a little bit pure, if you will, in the U12. Never forget working with Tennille Milligan, works in rules at USBC. She was the former director of operations for the PWBA tour, so we worked a lot together. She also works and volunteered at Junior Gold for so many years. And she always says that her favorite division at Junior Gold is the U12. So the last game we had a 252 and a 246. The high end of the building seems to be producing some larger scores. See another 240 down there. Oh, Kia is the mom of Landon, who I just talked about with regard to showing the emotion. I still couldn't even imagine bowling at this level, at this age. Like at a tournament like this, I just couldn't imagine it. Every time I think about what I was doing at 12, all I can think about is being in 6th grade, being at Newberry Academy, and my teacher was Mrs. Morissette. The thought of bowling anything other than league was not even a question. And maybe the Pepsi tournament, or which was then the Coca-Cola tournament. And maybe like your state tournament, right? Illinois State. I just couldn't even fathom getting up and saying, I'm going to go bowl the Elite Youth Tour. And maybe if it existed then, of course, right? Because if it doesn't exist, then that option is not there. And there weren't a ton of youth scholarship tours in the late 90s. Or mid to late 90s. At least looking back on it. There were a couple, but you had to be, I think probably MJMA was probably going down. I think the Greater Iowas were going on in the 90s. All done on 11 and 12. Highlighted by the nice 184. And Lewis. Goes to show you, too, how fast U12 bowlers do bowl, right? They've got a 7 group. And they are done before some groups of 6 are done, just to give you an idea. Young Tyler Williams. I feel like Tyler's made the full conversion to two-handed. The last few times I've watched him bowl, he's been exclusively two-handed, especially on his first ball. And he's putting together a nice game. I don't see Mom. And that doesn't mean she's not here, but I haven't seen her yet. Great shot there for Skylar. So we have some good stuff going on here in the 10th frame. I believe that was McKenna who just finished up. That's a good break for Leslie. A couple of frustration. Starting to see a few shiny bowling balls go down the lane. That's a good break for Leah. She's still got the right idea, though. Using what looks to be something solid and with a little bit of surface still as a lefty. We could see Leah in the finals later this afternoon. She's certainly trending in that direction. Again, U12 girls wasting zero time getting started on 13 and 14. Wow. 15 and 16 is finishing up the 10th frame. I know there are some bowlers right now who would say if all bowlers bowled as fast as U12 bowlers did, no one would ever be late for anything. Pretty cool for Brett Biondo, right, to bowl a tournament with his niece. His niece Blair is bowling. She's over on 13 and 14 in the U12 girls division, of course. Her dad, Brandon Biondo, is former All-American at Wichita State. All right, so Leah is going to skip 15 and 16 to move over to 17 and 18. So she'll still be in, of course, our picture-in-picture once we get back to 11 through 14. But we'll keep it here to finish up. There's no bowling on 7 through 10 at the moment. They're waiting for 3 and 4 to get going. Nicolette with the cool Storm Youth Beat the Champs jersey. Well, I feel like that should be coming up soon. Or maybe that's like at the beginning of the year. In the Chicago area, for those who might not be familiar with that. A little floss going down too, okay. Now we are officially in game number 4. Oh, nicely done. Great spare. All right, game 4 on 13 and 14. Again, U12's not messing around. They're already into, shoot, somebody's in the frame 8 already. 11 and 12. Young Tyler Williams, a good start. On the pair with Alex Arlingo. He can do that one when he let it go. It was a little slow. Let's see what Tyler's throwing. It looked like it could have been a purple. That's a tough break there for Alex. Be curious to see where Mr. Tyler Williams ends up with regards to college, and if bowling is in the future. I have to assume that it is, but he's such a smart individual. Also talented musically as well. Now, no surprise here that young Blair, her physical game is pretty on point for this age group, I would say. Solid at the line, spare game looking good. She's got great parents who both know the game. Very good grandparents, and of course, she talked about her uncle as well, bowling in the tournament. Both mom and dad, again, of Blair bowled collegiately. Brandon and Tara. See some comments I missed as I stepped away for a moment. Talked to the staff with Helen. How about that? Sean is not bowling in college. Bowling for leisure. I love that. 190 average dad. Again, I love that that channel name. Plan on making his first EYT next month for the holiday doubles. Actually, we do get a lot of first-time entries, and that makes sense for holiday doubles. That weekend is very popular amongst the athletes. They take the dressing part to a whole new level. Coming in with their holiday-themed jerseys and or pants. And then they have a team cup, which is Bola-Palooza weekend. And the team cup is on Sunday. This year the team cup is kind of a trios deal, and you must have a young female athlete on your team. Should be some very good teams, just like that shot from Tyler Williams, just as good as that. You joined us late today. We appreciate you for hanging out. Coming up on the noon hour Central Time. It's the Elite Stream, part of the Elite Youth Tour. The live stream is provided by Bowlstream TV. Make sure you subscribe to Bowlstream TV on YouTube. I would appreciate that very much. Recently in an event at the in Phoenix called the Agent Ong Open. Oh wow, that's a terrible break. Hopefully the sweep, I was just going to say. The channel, Bowlstream TV, didn't reach 10,000 subscribers. So thank you very much for that. There's our guy Craig, one of the great proprietors in the state of Illinois and certainly around the country. Talking about somebody who knows these gutter caps like the back of his hand. He knows where to run and where not to go. Great shot there. Nice roughing the strike in the 9th frame. I was talking to Samantha's dad this morning, talking about ball weights. As she continues to get stronger, of course, you know, you're moving up in weight. 13 pounds, 14 pounds, etc. Oh, this 210 has no chance because Blair is taking it down. That was impressive. Good shot. Good shot, young Ava. It's okay. 170 won't be bad on this. We're time to take a look at all of our scores after Game 4. Once we get the Game 4 update. Nice game by Jersey. Put together 160. I'm still going to implore our president, Riley Smith, one day to just put out a house shot once, just one time. And almost like still promote what pattern we might put out like normal, but then instead of the pattern, it's just a house shot. Gracie, U23. I think. Well, tell you 1 second. I don't believe we have any U23 girls today, according to Bowl Metrics.
They have a team.
That should be a good shot there. Oh. 13 and 14, all done. The U12 girls, and that voice was Deandra Asbetti. There's a lot of conversations that don't revolve around bowling. Things that, you know, U12 girls might talk about, nail colors, etc.
Oh, right, yeah.
174.
It's pretty cool that Samantha Ruffin got a chance to bowl with her sister, too. And not only did she bowl, she beat everybody. Amaya. Xander over to our right. You can see him at the bottom right of your screen. That's got a hook. Well, that's a good shot there from Legu. She's got the kind of the Chicago, Illinois jersey repping too. Like a little bit of the Chicago skyline. Hello to Christina Lake, too. Trying to check out young Donovan, who is on 9 and 10. Donovan's going to be on 13 and 14. That group is in frame 8. All right, 10th frame now on 11 and 12. I heard the raffle ticket combo. We've got no bowling on 13 and 14, 15 and 16, and 17 and 18. Just saw a brutal no contact 10 pinner right there, which is crazy.
Raffle tickets.
Sean Lee strike away from getting the 220 over on 9 and 10. We will see the U23 division in full screen here, if you will, in a moment. Nice game, too. Nice finish. All right, Tyler will close it out. young Tyler. Strike away from putting himself in the 2 teens. And now joined by someone who knows River Rand. I was talking about Craig knowing River Rand like the back of his hand. Will Clark probably knows the bowling center like the back of his hand too. He's been here for so long as well. Will Clark, the owner and operator of the Bowlers ER Pro Shop here inside River Rand Bowl, and a friend for shoot. Well over 20 years.
You're going to give away your age now. How old are you now, me?
41.
So been since you were 14.
Almost, yeah. Yeah, 15, something like that.
So 26, 27 years, bro. That's good stuff.
And you've, now I'm not going to tell your age.
Well, you can tell. I just turned 55, man.
Because you just had a birthday.
I did have a
again,
birthday.
Happy birthday.
You know, I appreciate that. I'm not much of a celebrator, but I do want to say thank you to all those people out there that took the time to say happy birthday via text, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is. So thank you so much, everyone. It means a lot. So, but we got bigger things to talk about than with my birthday. So what's going on today?
Well, we've got almost 4 complete games.
Yes, sir.
On a 2.8 to 1 39-foot pattern.
Yes, sir.
And out the gates, I was like, you know, I know River Rand pretty well.
Yep.
And I know, generally speaking, not a ton of hook from the gutter specifically.
Yeah, very little from the gutter. That's very difficult to play right a 5 here. So,
but I was seeing some kind of bounce. Now, not from the gutter though.
Yeah, more in probably I'd say probably in the at least the 4 to 7 areas. Correct. Where you started seeing it. And most of the people that had more success out there to start off were most, I would say, probably urethane guys, a little faster ball speed. That's been successful. And again, most of them I would say out that way, throwing the purples, something that reads the lanes pretty early and still has a very controllable motion on the back. So if they get it left from there, they could get some hold, and they can still get the ball to read early enough if they kind of leaked it to the right so the ball doesn't squirt out to the right like a lot of other people that might be throwing some reactive stuff. So,
have you seen, for the most part, kind of as a field,
yep, players
kind of playing this pattern? You know, playing a pattern correctly is always a topic of discussion. I always like to say, are you seeing players at least give themselves the most room for error?
I would say that as a look for a lot of them, I would say that more of them were trying to play a little bit more in that probably 9-10 area. Mm-hmm. But if you did and you got the ball going to the right from there, there's just not enough friction on the lane unless you have a massive amount of rev rate to get it to hook back from there. So from watching some of my players that practiced on this a few times throughout the week before we came over here to bowl today, just saw more players have a little bit more success left to 10. The pattern itself, even though it's 39 feet, I think what is the mills on, like 33 something, 33 to 34 mils. So it's got a lot of oil. So it actually plays longer than what the pattern actually suggests at being 39 feet. And I think even more so here, where, like you said, where the gutters don't really play. So playing to the right here is always a little bit more difficult to get the ball to hook back to the pocket. So there's a few, I think, that probably are in the right area lanes. A lot of times maybe not quite right throwing the right ball, maybe a little bit too firm some with their ball speed. So yeah, it's been, like I said, there's been a few good scores out here today, but they are playing a little tougher than what I think that they probably should. But again, you got a lot of people out here that are trying to learn the game itself too. Maybe don't know exactly what balls to throw and where to stand and throw them. So, it's difficult sometimes to try to ascertain all that information during competition. Hopefully when you get done, you can reevaluate maybe what you could have done a little bit differently too when you get finished.
You've been around the world of youth bowling, well, bowling in general, obviously, but from the coaching aspect of things, you've seen tip-top youth bowlers. You've also helped coach youth bowlers from kind of like what you just talked about, right? Not knowing maybe how to attack a pattern or what ball to throw, to certainly knowing all of that information and more. What do you think is most important at this level as the bowlers not only progress but with the physical and the mental game, but the understanding of ball motion and information?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing, like I tell everybody, all these kids that are coming up, you get taught or talked to about, taking in your roll the ball more, get around it more, changing your speeds and all that sort of stuff. And I think that is, needless to say, as you go farther along, it's vitally important. I mean, the biggest thing is being able to execute one shot, one way, over and over and over. So even with that, if you have a variety of different bowling balls, a lot of times the bowling balls with different drillings and stuff to create different ball reactions for you can assist what you need to see on the lanes until you can progress farther along with your own tools to get more of your bowling balls to have different variations of what each ball that can do. So, but as far as the lane playing the ball motion stuff, like I try to explain to all the kids, even going from pair to pair, you're out here bowling, it's like, well, if you're a lefty, let's get the ball to the 1-2 first. And if you're righty, let's figure out how to get the ball to the 1-3 first. And like you were talking about earlier, figuring out a ball that's going to give us the widest margin that's going to be able to do that. After that, if you're hitting the pocket regularly and the ball's not striking, well, then it's like, okay, that becomes the ball motion part of it over the lane play portion of it. It's getting the ball to pick up at the right time and shape to the pins, as we like to say, the right way. So when you're hitting the pocket, if you hit the pocket 9 times, you're striking 6 or 7 at least, rather than hitting 9 times and I struck once or twice. Like, well, my carry was terrible. Well, you got to understand, if you've hit the pocket 9 times and the ball's not striking, and you've been throwing the same ball, that either the line has to change, the rotation has to change, the speed has to change. A lot of times, if you aren't at that level yet to be able to do some of those things, it's a ball change. You got to get into something different that's going to still get to the pocket, but as the entry angle that it goes to the pocket, that it's going to just get to the pins better, so it's just easier for you to strike. So,
it's the voice of Will Clark. He is. How long have you been coaching now? I know that's more than 20.
Well, let's see. I'd say.
But you've had various levels of coaching.
Yeah, I would say really coaching. I would say a good 25, 26 years as far as that goes. So I've been coaching probably a little bit longer than that, but really getting into the game and really digesting the game myself and really wanting to help my players take their games to an elite level. Probably the last 25 to 26 years to learn a few of the things that I know. So,
now for those who don't know, right, and there's probably some listening and they say, man, I've heard of Will, or I've seen him. If you see him at a bowling tournament, he's generally the individual wearing a Puma-related outfit. Maybe got a pastel color or two rocking, and then some people say, I have no idea who Will is, et cetera, and so forth. What's the background? And I mentioned that mainly because I just met someone at the airport.
Yep.
A couple, actually, who are originally from Evansville, Indiana, so that's been on the top of my mind for about a week.
Yeah.
So, and I know you're from Evansville.
I am.
So what's your bowling background? What's the story?
As far as on the coaching side of things?
But just in general, like how do we get to this part?
Well, when I first lived in Evansville, I wanted to be a better bowler myself. So we just didn't have, unfortunately, the type of coaching needed in order for me to progress the way I wanted. So I decided I was going to move up to the Chicagoland area and start working on my own game, which I did. And I got to the point where I was a good bowler. Never got to the point like I was great. Never really put enough time into it or really found the person that I would say is more like myself that was going to be in it as much as I wanted them to be in it and really thrive in that environment. So, I got to the point where I started working with some players because I really understood the game on the lane play, ball motion, and the physical side of how to help somebody else out. And it just kind of became my calling as far as that goes. It transferred probably after being here in Chicago for a handful of years where I started doing a lot more coaching. And once I really got out to River Rand is when it really picked up. There's a young gentleman, I always like to give him credit. His name is John Sippage, as everybody knows him as Sip. All the bowlers that were at his time he was the first one at River Rand I worked with a lot. And he became probably one of the more dominant bowlers here in the youth program here for his last couple years in the youth program where, once he made it to match play, most people felt like they were bowling for second. And so it kind of started from there. He helped get a few more players from around this area to start coming to see me and had some successes with some other players too that have gone on to be successful on the men's tour winning titles, on the women's tour winning titles. Had, unfortunately, a lot of players that have, over the last 15 years, that have been on Junior Team USA and Team USA on both the men's and women's side too. So it's just kind of grown over the years, and I've continued to want to learn and grow myself and understand the new nuances of the game, and take some of the old with the new, and and all the different styles. You got a lot of now that ladies now going into the two-handed style too. And like I said, I've been really blessed to have a lot of people that want me to travel with them. I go coaching. I just came back from Maryland. I was out there for 4 days and was out there coaching a lot of players that I've previously coached, and got some new players too. Planning on going out to the Florida area and doing some out that way, and trying to set some stuff up with some people I know out in Texas also. So, and I'm traveling all the time for the women's tour during the summertime too. So I meet a lot of people, and we get to talking, and so it's just doing what we can to help as many people as we can, because there's just a lot of areas that just don't have a sufficient amount of coaching that can really understand physically how to consistently throw the ball better, but even past that, we'll understand lane play and ball motion and drilling of bowling balls and all that sort of stuff to really put them on the right track to be their best. So, but yeah, so we've been out here at River Rand doing it for about 23 years now. That's really when things got really cranking up for me. I worked with you. I was in the city for about 3 or 4 years when I first met Emil, and he was in high school. Did a lot of coaching then too, but not quite at the same level that I was looking to do as I am now. And it's just kind of just naturally progressed there, kind of organically as I meet people throughout the days and years of doing this. So just very fortunate and blessed to have so many great people that have been put into my life, and so many great athletes that have wanted to work hard to be elite. And I always tell people, if you're willing to work hard, then I'm going to work as hard for you, if not more hard for you, than to help you get you where you need to go. So
we've got the U23 division that's moved down to 13 and 14, at least a good portion of them, and then a few U18s, U23s to our left as well. This, what was it? Was it lane 13? Lane 13's got a weird spot.
Well,
right around 10.
There's a lot of lanes here that they feel tight as far as that goes. It seems like they don't want to shape. And the reason why it's that way is because there's a lot of early friction on the lane. Like the area that you're rolling to, the ball gets started so early that it gets lazy off the break point, like it might come off the other pattern. Off the other lane on the pattern. So, it can be a little deceptive. A lot of times when my ball didn't pick up, and a lot of times it's because it's grabbed the lane a little early and it slows down a little faster. So by the time it gets to the point where you want to see it hook, it's already started to hook. And when it gets to the pins, it's just got nothing left. So, and 13 is one of those. There's several left-hand lanes here that are like that. Lane 19 seems to be like that. Lane 23 seems to be like that. Lane 17 seems to be a little tighter down the lane. And it's like I said, most of the time when you feel like it's tighter down the lane is because the ball's hooking sooner on the lane and you don't see it, especially as the bowler. We see it back here more as the coaching side because we're watching the whole lane. And by the time it gets down to the break point where you want to see the ball really make its move off the back part of the pattern, it's kind of lost some of its hook earlier, and by the time it gets to the pins, it just don't have nothing left. So
it's a good shot there from Aiden.
Yes, that was. And it's nice. He's probably closer to around that 15 area, keeping the ball a little bit more in front of him, which I feel like even though this pattern is 39 feet, because people have played it straighter, the pattern starts to stretch out and get a little bit longer to where even as you move in, you don't have to open up your angles as much as you normally would on a 39-foot pattern. And, of course, a lot of times, too, it's about who's bowling on it and the rev rate. We've got a lot of younger kids here that don't hook it a lot, so that doesn't change the pattern as much as far as left to right. It changes it more from front to back. So, but, yeah, like I said, it's this for 39 feet, it's got a lot of volume to it, like I said earlier. So, you would expect that as you would bowl on something like this for 6 games, a lot of times you're going to get probably at least into probably closer to 4th arrow by the time you would get done, especially with some of the higher rev guys. And you see most of the people that haven't gotten really any farther left than probably 15, 16 at most at the arrows. And there's a lot of people still playing somewhere around 12, 13 at the arrows with a little bit more ball speed. So yeah.
Shot there from Bella Santalese. Donovan Lake, who just left a little mean 10-pin. It wiggled.
Yeah, that's that one where I told you, where it's like that lane where it hooks a little earlier and gets a little forward down the lane, where it's like, well, it just kind of bails right as it gets to the pocket. And, a lot of times you leave a flatty. That one was a little bit still like a more in the pocket, but still got a little forward at the pocket. And the angle through the pins just didn't allow it to carry. So,
speaking of Donovan, he's got the fam watching. Parents moved to Texas not too long ago. Christina says, we appreciate you so much, Will. Greetings from Texas.
Well, that's very sweet of you. Yeah, I've done some work personally with Donovan for a few years before he went away to college. he comes out to see me every once in a while too, but the college season is so demanding, it's hard to get away too much because you're traveling and you're bowling so much for school. But what a great family, great kid. I mean, you talk about one of the nicest boys you'll ever meet. I mean, always wants the other kids to bowl well. He's always cheering for people, especially that he knows. But he's one, if he didn't know you and it felt like you were struggling a little bit, he'd come over and give you a big hug. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, that's a testament to what mom and dad has taught him too. I mean, they're just a great family, great people. And Donovan's such a great kid, great person. It's been a blessing on my end to have an opportunity to work with him at all throughout the last few years. So.
This is game 5 of 6. And for the most part, everyone minus our groups in front of us here are kind of around the 4th frame. As Will talked about, pattern played, I think, a little bit more, a little tougher than perhaps you might anticipate on paper. But knowing it's a Junior Gold Advancers round pattern, there's going to be a decent level of difficulty. I watch Junior Gold every year, so have you. When you get to the Advancers round, it's like there's a lot of things in play, I think, when you get to the Advancers round. One, and then specifically at Junior Gold, the athletes, obviously, who can kind of take a small breath, right, because they made it. They advance. Okay, that's the first thing. Some of them probably stayed up to kind of watch the number to make sure they're going to be in.
Oh, yeah, I've had plenty of players that it's like, I always tell them this, don't stay up and wait, especially if they bowl a late shift.
Right.
Just go to bed expecting to bowl in the morning, even if you're disappointed when you get up. It's like, I'd rather you get a good night's rest, believing that you're going to get in, rather than staying up till 2 in the morning before they finally to post it. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, you're in, and now it's like you got to bowl at 7:30. So, but yeah, it's like it's sometimes when you're kind of on the bubble, you're breathing heavy to hoping that you get in. So yeah, it's that's part of it too. It's even as you go through the advanced round, they make that cut, and then they make it to the top 16. One of my girls, Ashlyn, a couple years ago, I mean, I don't think mom and dad really felt like she was ready, Ashlyn Tevis, as far as that goes, to make it to the top 16. And so the last 5 games, she just out there rolling balls. And I asked her dad, so what'd she end up shooting this block? It's like, I like 1080. I said, oh, she's going to get the last spot. He goes, I don't think so. There's like 6 girls in front of her. I said, well, they all think that they're getting in, and so they're feeling stressed.
Right.
Ashlyn doesn't think she's getting in. She shot 230 the last game. I said, that 230 is huge. And, of course, last name called on the list was Ashlyn. So her mom and dad and her were just absolutely elated. Now, she wasn't quite ready for that moment. I think it was so excited about making it that the bowling after that was not great, but it was, it's a learning experience too. Whereas this year she was a top qualifier, and then when she went to match play, she bowled great. She just, unfortunately, we talked about it just yesterday, day before, that she was in her last match that she lost to get knocked out of the tournament, and we made a ball change in the 6th frame, and she aced it and left the 10-pin, or excuse me, a 7-pin. She's a lefty, and then I knew right away what balls she needed to throw, and she threw it, and then she basically aced the rest of them, and then she left a blower 10-pin in the last one in the 10th. And so that forced the girl to only have to get a 9-spare strike, and she went up 9-spare strike. She threw it good, the second one in 10th, and ended up beating us by 1. But, yeah, it's Junior Gold that's a whole other animal right there. You know what I'm saying? It's fun to be at, but I tell you what, it's a lot of stuff going on. It's real easy to get distracted instead of keeping track of what you have control over, and not just going up there and making one good shot at a time. So these smaller tournaments like this that are one day or even a couple day tournaments really help you out, to feel some of the mental and emotional grind that you have to go through. If you don't bowl in these and can't do well in these, it's going to be a lot more difficult for you to go out to Junior Gold, because you got 4 days of qualifying, you've got 3 days of practice before that, and once you get to the advanced round day, it's like you've got 5 games in the morning if you make the next cut, 5 games in the afternoon, and then if you make the top 16, you got 4 more match play games you got to bowl that night, plus all the practice you did before each block. So all games with practice, you're probably looking at about at least 16, 17 games that you're bowling from 7:30 in the morning all the way through about 8:30 at night. So it's a long day. So I try to prepare my players at least to have the mental and emotional fortitude to be able to match that intensity that's needed for the whole day. And so, a lot of times they're coming and practicing, they'll practice 3 or 4 hours for both 10, 12, 14 games while they're practicing, to kind of get the mind used to having to stay focused for that long and extensive period of time.
That's a good idea, too, to work that in from the endurance perspective during a practice session. It's a good 4-pin there from Bella. So Nathan Noskow get the 10 out. Talking to Robert Scredney, past Lane Tech alum, bowling in the U23 division.
My guy G. Williams out here now on the turkey.
I was just going to say, I
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
think I realized he was as old as he apparently is.
Well, he just graduated high school.
Gotcha.
And there were some things that he wanted to kind of navigate a little bit before he decided to go to college. So he decided to take a gap year.
Aha.
He's definitely ready to go to school. He just a few things that on a personal level that he wanted to take care of first to make sure he was really ready to go. So he's been coming to work with me quite a bit over the last year to kind of get his game ready too. So do all the things he needs to do off the lanes to get ready, all the things to get on the lanes, get ready. So he's rolling the ball so much better, just getting more experience out on lanes. And we talk about lane play and ball motion, understanding what ball to throw, when to throw it, where to throw it, how to throw it. And those are all just things to do to experience. You can't learn that, a lot of times even in practice. You got to be out in real time bowling in tournaments to get the feedback you need to understand, have a better understanding of all the things that are changing constantly as the day is going on.
Rare miscue there for Jessica. She's become one of the standouts over time here on the Elite Youth Tour.
Good old Jessica.
Yeah, she's been great.
She's
also sporting the Bowler ZR jersey.
What's really nice with Jessica over the years is like she used to get so frustrated, and I understand, you want to bowl well, but she's just gotten so much more mature. She handles the ups and downs much better now, which is great. And then again, that's just part of the maturization process. She's getting a little older and understands that she's been through these things before, that you just got to have to stay patient, just keep making one good shot at a time, fill frames, and like I said, some days are going to be days where you're I always say the windshield, and some days you're going to be the bug. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just, sometimes when you're the bug, it's just like it's tough, but you have to go backwards and kind of learn from that. So you figure out if you have to bowl in this pattern again or something similar, what would you have done differently if you didn't have a good day on the lanes in order for you to go out there and be successful? So, it's just all a part of the process. There's no way to expedite that. No way to get, it's like in any sport. Just takes time and effort and commitment to continue to learn those things as you're out here competing. And that is why you have to stay in the mental and emotional moment and give everything that you can give. I always tell people, that you and I both, it's like today you might feel mentally, emotionally, and physically at 100%. Well, those days are a little easier to really navigate because you got all your everything's kind of clicking.
Yep.
Got certain days where you're physically at 80%, you're mentally at 75%, and emotionally you're at 50%. And it's like those days are tough, but then those days are ones I always say, then I want 100% of the 50, 100% of the 75, and 100% of the 80, because we need to extrapolate as much as we can get out of you from what you can give me today.
Right.
And those days are tough. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that test you the most, but it's not about bowling in those days. It's about life. Some days are going to be easy to get through, and some days it's like, man, just feel like I'm getting punched every direction the whole day long. But all right, like I said, the sun will come up tomorrow. We'll get back at it again, and, do what you can to stay positive and keep moving in the right direction, stay consistent with your work ethic, and then usually following that, good things are going to happen. So,
well, I don't know about that, son, and you're right, but I'm saying that only in the sense of today might be our last day in the 60s until next May.
That is a fact, you know what I'm saying? But that's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, it's not that we can't have good days that are in the 40s.
Correct.
It's all a perception of how you want to handle that. You know what I'm saying? You got to realize you've been here living long enough, too. When it's summertime, everybody's complaining because it's too humid and it's too hot.
Correct.
And, of course, then when we get past this stage, it's like, okay, now it's too cold and it's too windy and it's too snowy. So we don't have a lot of months here in the Chicagoland area where it's like, oh, it's fantastic. Fortunately, we have. This has been a great fall.
It's been throwing me off, man.
It really has. To be in mid-November and still have days that are in the 60s is abnormal. You know what I'm saying? So we're blessed to have them. So that's why I say it's a positive. Listen, we've had extra days in the 60s that we haven't had for quite some time. So like I said, enjoy them while you can. And after that, you got to pivot. You got to pivot to the cold weather and get used to when you go outside sometimes that when your face is like, holy smokes. You know what I'm saying? It's like I just got hit with a gust, and it's like I feel like I just, I'm in the movie Frozen. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it's like I said, it might be the last day in the 60s for quite a while. But give us something to look forward when we get into early spring and get back up into that 60-degree weather. When that point in time, it'll feel hot. And right now, like I said, as it even gets to the 60s, it's still chilly where everybody's wearing coats. But in the summertime, when it gets into the springtime, going out in the 20s and 30s, 60 feels like it's a heat wave out there.
And it will indeed feel that way. watching this group here. Well, I'm curious. We talked about, well, obviously two-handed bowling.
Yes.
And I'm just thinking about it from my vantage point. First seeing a two-handed player back in 2003.
Yep.
And of course, now that's 22 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know what the percentages are, right? But generally speaking, you go to a youth tournament, especially in the boys division.
Yes, sir.
More than half
Yes.
the boys are two-handed. And now the inkling or the number is trending upward for
The
girls
females. Yes.
as well. As a coach, what are some of the things that you've seen, I guess, from the growth perspective of two-handed bowling? And then if specifically to the girls side of things, how have they kind of picked it up? And no one's mastered it per se at this point yet. But I've seen some really good two-handed girls.
Yes. Well,
in the last couple of
haven't
years.
been doing it quite as long. You've got some even like Nora had a nice year this year out on the women's tour. She had a couple TV shows that she made, some nice progress. Her first full season out there bowling. You go, as you see more, it's just like with the guys. It's just like as you see more, you're going to have more that are going to be higher successful at the highest level. We've talked about it before. It's just easier, of course, for them to hook it, and especially for the ladies. There's still plenty of guys. Like I've got one young man. He's not here today. His name is Sebastian Vetter, and his rev rate's probably 500 and maybe plus, and he's a one-hander.
But and real quick, it doesn't look like it, which is a great sign.
Yeah.
It does not look like his rev rate's that high.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he smacks on the holes and makes it look pretty easy. I agree. But, you're still going to have a lot of one-handed, righties that are going to be successful at a high level because their rev rate is high enough to basically still have all the tools you need to have. And other than maybe throwing it back up, which would be the one thing, like Simons won at least a professional title throwing a backup ball, which is a little harder for the one-handers. But on the ladies' side, it's like a lot of them that can't get a lot of revs that might be 220, 230. Even if they go to two-handed and they can get it up around 300, 310, 320, it's like it just makes such a big difference on the angles that they can play on the lane. So, the biggest thing, too, is being able to learn to get your ball speed to match up to your rev rate, especially for the ladies. They're not as physically strong, and the guys can get away with using a little bit more of their upper body and still be successful, whereas the ladies, you're really going to have to see most of them where they're going to have to really use their core and their legs to have a higher rate of success doing it than what you probably even see with the guys. But I would say, listen, you look at the guys on the most elite level, they really use their legs well getting through shots, so that way the upper body can be more quiet and allow the ball to do what it needs to do. So, yeah, the game has changed so much with the two-handers over the last. It's just more of an accepted thing now. You still have the old heads that are just like, oh, I hate two-handed. Listen, it's here to stay. It's just part of what the game is. It's not going anywhere. We're not making any changes to that. And I always tell people too, realistically, if you look at them, they're just cradling the ball with two hands. When they're releasing the ball, it's still a one-handed release. The left hand on the right-handed bowler doesn't do anything other than it be the guide. It's basically a thumb on the outside of the ball rather than being in it. What it just allows all these players to do at a younger age is learn how to hook the ball. And so they have more fun doing it, and you keep some of the younger players in the game because they just can do that. Like I said, they can learn how to hook a ball in 10 minutes, where if you're doing it one-handed, a lot of times it takes, sometimes 2 years to really get good at it. And it may take a one-hander or a two-hander maybe 2 or 3 months to get to the point where they're really good at rotating the ball already. One of the kids I coach, he just went away to college this year. For his first year he was in high school, he just refused to go to two-handed. And I just finally said, Nick, I said, I'm going to get you a ball. I'm going to let you throw it. I said, just throw it for a couple weeks and let me know what you think. And so he threw it for a couple weeks, and of course his rev rate was probably in the mid-200s, and all of a sudden he got his rev rate up to probably at least in the high 300s to 400, and all of a sudden now he's having a lot more fun. He's hooking the ball. He can go from left to right and hook the ball, and he stuck with it. Consequently here, he just went away to school, and he actually, him and his brother are both in college now. He was bowling for school in the traditional games and just shot a 300 game this last week. So he's come a long way too. But it's like, again, if you struggle hooking the bowling ball, the easiest thing to do is to go to two-handed and just accept it. But you just probably need to go for somebody. Doesn't have to be myself as a coach, even though I'm very equipped to help you out in that. But find a coach that understands the two-handed game of bowling and can teach you the right way from the get-go. And if that's going to allow you to hook the ball, enjoy the more game, even if you don't try to bowl in college or at an elite level, then, God bless. If it allows you to be a part of the bowling community and bowl in some leagues when you get out of high school, then great.
I do think you you said something that's sometimes we do lose sight of the enjoyment or the fun factor
Yes.
of it, right? Because
Yes.
most people, not all, but most, if they do start early, sometimes it can get to a point where you might get burned out. If you go to college, right, there's a lot to do. Of course, college bowling is as important as it is. 4 years of consistent practice, competition, et cetera, and so forth, wear and tear, all of those things. So sometimes we need breaks after we get done, right? And then there are those who are just going to go straight from youth, collegiate, certainly to the professional level if those aspirations exist. And then there's those who only bowl youth league. They enjoy that, and then maybe they don't go to college to bowl, but they still want to bowl.
Yes, they still even if they bowl recreationally when they get done. Even if they bowl recreationally when they get done.
Right.
At least they're still bowling.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's nothing worse to have kids that never bowled in high school. They bowl in high school. They don't really love it. Yeah, they bowl because their friends bowl. And unfortunately, sometimes you have coaches in school that, they're there because they want to have a bowling program, but they're not fully equipped to really help them much. Mm-hmm. And they go away to college, and they don't bowl in college, and the bowling balls go in the closet, and basically you never see them bowl again. You know what I'm saying? They've gotten no better. They have no fun doing it. It's just like, okay, they bowl with their buddies at school, and now that opportunity's done, and so they've now moved on to doing, adulting things, but don't bowl any longer. Again, the biggest thing is getting them started off having fun, and from there, they will let you know if they want to get better at the game of bowling. I was talking about there. You've got 2 kids.
Yep.
And even going back to you bowling in college and doing all that sort of your stuff too. It's like, okay, well, I mean, you get them into the game, and it starts being fun. If they like to do it and want to continue to grow and get better at it, they're going to say, hey, Dad, Mom, I want to go to the bowling center. Hey, I want to see Coach William, Coach Clark. You know what I'm saying? I really want to work on my game. I want to get better. And, I mean, for me as a parent, I wouldn't want any more for that. My kids finding something they really love or truly passionate about, and if bowling happens to be it, it's great. Having that vessel as far as it goes to learn life lessons, because you'll learn a lot about here on the lanes if you're out here bowling on a regular basis. So,
got that right. Nathan Noskow learning some good lessons. He's got a 4-bagger. Sean Lee has he shot 220 a game ago.
Yep.
And now this 13 and 14 pair has been iffy.
Well, like I said, the peer-to-peer in here, too, is a little different, especially on the low end of the building. You start getting past lane 8, we have much less traffic as far as real bowling that's done down that way. We have a lot of birthday parties and stuff like that. So the only thing you really see down there a lot of times is league bowling. And whereas on the higher end of the building, that's where I do all my lessons. And there's just more bowling, period, of the bowlers that bowl up that way. So, like I said, going even from this small center from one side of the building to the other, they just play significantly different, having to make that jump. And, you bowl a lot yourself in bowling in college and all over the place where, it's just going from pair to pair. Like you said, the guy shooting a pair over here, shooting 220. It's like the biggest thing when we start off the next pair is, again, getting back to lane play. How do I hit the pocket first? And not being frustrated if it takes me 3 or 4 frames to figure it out. Because I always thought, most of these better bowlers, they're all able to throw 5 or 6 baggers at the end of a game. But if you're so frustrated through the first 5 or 6 frames that you can't really even find the pocket, or when you do, you're so mad that you don't strike that you're not using your Rolodex information to figure out how to get the ball to go to the pins the right way, then all of a sudden you shoot 160 or 150 the game afterwards because you weren't patient enough to just allow the information to come to you for you to understand it. So, but yeah, like I said, it's the game of bowling will test you, that's for sure. As soon as you may think you got it, I tell you what, you go to the next pair and you can get punched in the face pretty quick. So,
we'll watch Nathan here. He's to me, Nathan is more of a no 9-pin. He's a classic or traditional style player. If he can go right to left, if you give him anything that's where he can go right to left, especially if you give him the gutter, he is going to strike a lot. A lot. I'm curious, what's the advice or what advice would you give for any player, like in a tournament setting, when you are moving pairs? Like, how do you handle those first couple of frames on a new pair? I know we talked about just trying to get to the pocket, But like, you know, I hear tour players sometimes they kind of start on the next pair where they ended in the previous game. What advice do you kind of give in that area?
I mean, if you don't have, one of my biggest advices before that, is that if you got time, and especially this tournament here today, we're only skipping one pair. So there's no reason for you not to at least be able to go to the next pair and take a peek and see maybe if somebody's throwing a ball in a different part of the lane. So if something isn't working for you, you may have a better idea where you want to go. But yeah, it's like most of the time they're going to throw a ball unless they have somebody that's there that's watching for them, or maybe on the professional level where they may have a rep that would say, hey, listen, you're coming from 11 and 12, you're going to 15 and 16. Just want to let you know that lane 15 is playing similar to 11 and 12, but lane 16 is hooking 3 more, so you need to make a move on that to start off with. And that's all relative to how much you hook it, you know, how fast you throw it, and all those things are included. But I would say characteristically, most of the people are going to start at least generally where they started at before if they don't have that information. And then you have to navigate it. You might have had a 260 game in the first one you throw. It's like, okay, you leave the 2-8-10. Then you go on the next lane and you move and you leave the big 4 after you moved. It's like, okay, well, it's easy to be very frustrated, but it's like you've got 2 balls that are close.
Right.
The big 4 typically it hooks too much. What do I do on a, if it's, this is a 39 foot, but it's playing a little bit longer. What do I do on a normal pattern like this when I leave a big 4? Is it a 2-1 move for you? Is it a 4-2 for somebody else? And then make that move off of it to just next shot. What we're going to do is get the ball in the pocket. On the 2-8-10, maybe you have to move a little bit right, or maybe play the planes a little bit straighter to get the ball to the pocket. And you get to the ball in the pocket in games frames 3 and 4, but you don't strike. Well, it's like, okay, well, I left a solid 10, and I ring it 7 pin. It's like, well, that's good. We get the pocket now. Now we're lined up. Now we're going to make 2 more shots and hit the pocket again and see if we can't get the ball to go to the pins, as we talked about earlier, the right way so the ball starts striking. Well, if you can get lined up by the time you get into the 5th, 6th frame, and all of a sudden now you have a 4-bagger at the end, even if you had a couple opens at the front, you're still going to shoot 200. If you happen to get out of the first 2 frames with a couple spares and you have a 4 or 5-bagger at the back of the game, you're going to shoot 220 to 230. And when you watch the best bowlers in the world, that's just how they handle it. You know, they're not just bent out of shape because they hit the pocket on their first 2 shots and the ball didn't strike. That's great information. It's like, now I've hit the pocket twice. The ball didn't go through the pins well, so now I need to make some sort of adjustment to get my ball to go through the pins a little bit better. And again, whatever tool that might be a ball change, might be a speed or a rotational change, whatever that is, you do that on the next shot to see if you can get the ball to strike. So.
In the booth here with Will Clark, who runs the pro shop here at the Bowler ZR here inside River Rand Bowl in Des Plaines, Illinois. A few frames left to close out 11 through 14, specifically with Game 5, as those around them are either done with Game 5, and if you're a U12 bowler, who are by far the fastest in the building, they're already in frame 2, Game 6.
Yeah, they are motoring. What's your price? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, well, like I said, I mean, when they're the younger ones, it's like a lot of times it's like they haven't really learned as far as that goes. All the nuances of the game maybe take a little bit more time, you know. But it's nice. It's one of those things where I don't feel like the pace is by any stretch slow today by all the other players. But like I said, the better players, I'd say, take a little bit more time, digesting a little bit more information, making sure that they're making the right decisions before they go up and make the right shot on the next lane they're going to. Whereas a lot of times when the 12-year-olds are under, it's just like they're kind of just grabbing the ball, going up there and kind of rolling it, and that's okay.
I miss that innocence.
Yes. Yes,
where our brains were not as bowling heavy, if you will. We were
absolutely.
just getting the knowledge. And obviously, I said this earlier about me and what I was doing at 12. Just couldn't even still fathom thinking about bowling a tournament like this.
Yeah.
Then.
Well, it goes back to it again. This is a complete, redirection as far as that goes. It's like we talk about one of the players that I've had. I'm privileged to coach for the last several years with being Jillian. It's just, I tell everybody, Jillian Martin, I said, she's such a special athlete, and it's more than anything, at such a young age to be so mentally and emotionally mature that you're able to compete at an extremely high level. By the time you're 15 years old and 16, that you're good enough to bowl against all the best lady bowlers in the world. But most people, it's going to take more time maturity-wise to get there, and so there's just no way to fast track that. It's like everybody's going to be a little bit different. So you just go and you just take it day by day with them. And like I said, if you have the physical talent, you just like to have that maturity level, get to it faster. But like I said, it's a day-by-day process. You just keep getting better at it. Get better maturity-wise better, and it takes their physical game a little bit longer to get there. And some of them are just better with it physically, and it takes a little bit longer for their mental and emotional side to get there. So, but to have the opportunity to have these tournaments even to bowl in. I mean, what Deandra does for the world of youth bowling is just incredible. I've talked about with her so many times. Anything that she's a part of, I want to be a part of. We've done some clinics together too, which has been absolutely phenomenal. Traveled out of town, had one here, had one in Texas.
Yeah, I was just saying San Antonio, right?
Yes. And so, it's to do all these things. I mean, again, we have high school bowling going on now, both on the men's and women's side. So a lot of them are not going to be able to bowl. They're either bowling in high school something, or they can only bowl 3 tournaments during high school, and they may not choose to bowl this one. We have 80-something plus kids here today on a weekend where high school bowling is actually going on. It's like if we didn't have high school going on, we're probably going to be at a full capacity of like 96 bowlers.
Yep.
I mean, that's a testament how great Deandra does with this, and of course I'm going to say that with the guy I've been talking to. Emil's been doing this for such a long time, and I always say he's as cool as the other side of the hill as what was the guy? Stuart Scott used to say on ESPN. Emil just gets it. He just understands it. He learns the bowlers. He understands the game of bowling, and just his delivery is one where he gives you so much knowledge, and he gives someone like myself an opportunity to come on here and pass on some of the things I know too. And like I said, he's always willing to take that secondary seat and just allow somebody to go shine too. So it's just to have an opportunity to have him around on such a, but we're blessed to have him in this area so he can do these things more often. But he travels all over the country too, doing other things. And I'm sure maybe at times he might even travel out of this country to do some things too.
That'd be great. That's like the one thing I haven't done.
You got to get your name out there and tell them that you want to do it, man.
Bucket list.
You know what I'm saying? So, I can make that happen for you. I can put the word out, too. But just what he does for the game of bowling, too, it's just like you could just tell, even though he don't bowl as much anymore, neither do I, his passion for the game of bowling is at 110%. He's always wanting to learn and give back and pass on knowledge and be a part of great things, too. And I always tell people, I said, you know what? People that are passionate about things, they all like to work together and their egos put aside and just go and just make the event special. And Deandra does on a regular basis. And when Emil's here, Riley is one that does stuff for him too. He does a great job too when he's here too. So I want to give a shout out to him also. But it's like, again, it's just to have someone like Emil that's so knowledgeable about the game and comes out here and just is so passionate about making sure that knowledge gets passed on the right way and have the right people doing that. Like I said, thank you, Chicagoland. We need to say a thank you out to Emil for being in our area to help us out with that. Hopefully his kids, as they're growing up, will get into the game of bowling, so we'll continue to see him for a long, long, long time. But he is special, everybody. So, when you ever get a chance to know that Emil's doing a broadcast, like I said, you need to turn on the channel and listen because, like I said, he's going to spew a lot of knowledge, and he always keeps up on knowing who's bowling and how they bowl and styles and all that sort of stuff. And he could tell you things that happened 15 years ago and, what happened in an event. He's just the detail the man takes care of is just second to none. So I'm very privileged to have him here at my bowling center, privileged to be able to sit down and have the conversation with him. So, like I said, he's the real deal, and I love him. He's been a friend of mine for, like I said, probably the past 26, 27 years.
What's funny about, first of all, thank you. But what's funny about what Will just said was like he just said all the things that he basically tells me not to say about him because neither one of us like to take the compliments, if you will.
That's why when I get to do this, I have to spew him out to Emil because he tries to do that when I'm not on here, and he knows that I don't love that. But I have no, I have no retort to that. Because I'm not on here to say anything.
Oh, that was great.
So I have to just accept it and say thank you, even though I don't love that. But when I'm on here, I get to go and just dote on this guy over here on how great he is, and I could tell the energy is like, why are you doing this? Why?
I knew it.
So, but he knows when I get on here, he's going to get a shout out. So he just has to accept it and say thank you, just like I do when he says it for me. So.
Young Mason was on a 3-bagger, and he's got a 3-6 to handle. Meanwhile, Olivia Portillo Unfortunately, took 3 off the right and then had that weird kind of secondary spot after
Yeah,
the,
she's had a nice little game going before
Yeah.
that. She had a couple doubles in there. Still got if she makes, she's got a chance to shoot a nice 190 game. So that's a really good game on this. I think she's just kind of getting back to the game a little bit more too. Nice little two-handed lefty young lady too that, again, we're starting to see much more of that and more and more prominent on the women's side. And as E said, probably most at elite level, you're probably going to have about 50% of the guys maybe starting trending more than that. But also on the women's side, over the next probably 5 years, you're probably going to see probably at least 30-40% of the ladies out here throwing it two-handed too. Like I said, same thing. It's just easier to hook the ball. It's more fun to learn it that way. Like I said, I understand for all the ones, I'm an old head too, but it's like, listen, I mean, it's like, again, I know it's harder to hook it with your thumb in it. And if I were starting all over my own game, I would probably tell you I'd probably start as a two-hander too. It's like, listen, I mean, my rev rate was never that high. It's like, well, if I would have guessed an extra 100 on the ball, it's going to be easier to do without my thumb in it. So, I know my wife too. She's kind of an old head. She don't love the two-handed bowling, you know what I'm saying? But she's kind of grown to at least understand that it's here to stay. Oh, nice spear out there.
Nice Ryan.
Picked out the little 210 over on lane 13. Nice shot, Ryan.
Nice way to finish 181.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 single pins he missed. He made that one look easy, you know what I'm saying? So, nice little 180 game, little 200, 211 game on that pair too. So, as you can see, the scores are not super high. Even some of the ones that are bowling well, there's been a few big games, but, 220s and 230s are good games out here today. If you shoot
right.
180s and 190s in most of the divisions, those are going to be really good games too. So, we got some talented players. I have a couple of my ladies that are probably in the top 4 for the U18 girls, and I think they're all minus. So, it's probably at least a little minus. So, they're just hard. You know what I'm saying? You got to go out here and make good shots. And even if you make good shots, doesn't mean you're always going to strike. So even when you make good shots, you're probably going to have a decent amount of spears to shoot at. But I can tell you right now, if you don't make good shots on this, you're going to get penalized pretty good. So just think a lot of these kids are not used to bowling again on this amount of volume. 34 mils is just a lot. It's more what you're seeing on the men's tour, the PBA tour now. Like even on a women's tour, it's more in that 30, 31-ish range, maybe every once in a while close to 32. So how the oil transitions with this much volume out here is so different than a lot of the old patterns that we used to bowl on.
And they're using, this pattern is on ice.
Yes, so it makes it even more slick because it's got ice and ice both, I think, on the forward and reverse. So when it has that, like I said, it just, the pattern just, like I said, wants to play longer than what it actually is listed on the sheet, as well as like with the volume on top of it too. So the oil, like I said, it just has a tendency to want to stretch out where you're playing the lane still a little bit more from front to back, rather than on typically a lot of times on 39, you see the guys start playing a lot more left to right, getting further left and bending the ball, going through like 20, 21, 22 with the arrows and getting the ball out to maybe 5, 6, 7 down the lane. If you do that today, you're going to die a slow death. There's just not enough hook to the right to get it to bounce off there, especially here at River Rand.
Some split there at the end for Nathan, but he does get to 200.
Yeah, nice game. Unfortunately booked in with 2 splits. Get a couple spares there. He's in the 220s, but got a nice little 4-bagger to have a nice overall game as far as that goes. Again, shoot 200 on this is a good score. Like I said, there's a few of them that are out there that are beating it up a little bit, but it's definitely few and far between as far as that goes. So I know Mr. Biondo has been throwing urethane, I think, for the first at least 3-4 games. Looks like, I think from looking at the last shot, it looked like it was something that was reactive going down lane. Not sure exactly what it was, but looks like it might be like an Attention Star S2 from the Roto Grip brand. So, yeah, so like I said, as it's transitioned, it's like the urethane balls probably at this point in time for most people don't look good anymore because they just are hooking too early and you just can't shape them quite enough. So more people have migrated a little bit farther left on the lane now, seeing everybody more closer to probably at least that 12 to 15 zone, looking to get to score. A lot of the ladies that would be bowling better are probably going to be in that zone, but playing it a little straighter up the lanes where you got guys with a little bit higher rev rate. They can still give the ball away probably till maybe 9, maybe 8 down the lane and get it back. But I would say probably 9, 10 is probably more where the gutter feels like is at if you're playing a little bit farther from left to right. So.
All right, folks, and with that, we have officially completed Game 5 as we move into Game 6. That will allow me to take a little break and allow Mr. Clark. I know he's got several players out, not coaching, but he is keeping an eye on many of his players. And the pro shop is open. You never know who might come in and want a ball drill.
That's facts. Well, E, thank you so much for having me on here.
Appreciate you,
like
brother.
I said, this guy is the best. Enjoy your small little break. Like I said, love you to death. I appreciate you being in my life as long as you have been. Do a great job. Keep doing what you do, bro.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Love you. All right. Thank you.
That is Will Clark. And then when I return, we'll go over the scores and we'll take you through game number 6. Again, we got a lot of traditional stepladder finals going on this afternoon with regard to the number of entries in each division. So a lot of 3s and 4s for each division. We're taking 6 today in U16 girls. That is the highest division and the number of athletes that we will advance here this afternoon. Back with you in a flash here on the Elite Stream, courtesy of Boldstream TV.
literal line. waiting for a 5, 7, 10. I want a 7, 10, but I haven't got it yet. Because I can't hit the pocket.
Folks wrapping up qualifying. The way the lane assignments are going to work, I think there was one change. But I'll try, because of the all the divisions, of course. I'm going to try to make sure we have the 7 through 10 up on our channel, or I'm sorry, as a picture-in-picture, because there's going to be matches going on from 7 through 24. We will only be able to get 7 through 18, so we'll have some opportunities for U12. I think U14 boys will be on. U16 will be on. And I think we'll have U18 girls. Frame on 13 and 14, and 15 through 18, they've got 9th and 10th frame to go. It's incredible how bowling has stopped, and it has gotten so much colder in the building. Madison Saul, she's already ready for the seasons. She's got what looks to be Christmas trees and or holiday cookies on her jersey. Holly Orgeman. I think Holly just signed, well, let's make sure. Yeah, she recently announced her verbal commitment to Jacksonville State for the fall of 2027. So congratulations to Holly. A really good two-handed player. Still bowling down on 3 and 4.
That's what I do.
Let's take a quick look at the scoring pace here. U12 boys were taking 3. Let's see who that's going to be. U12 girls taking the top 3. Might have the Ruffin sisters both make it, potentially. That'll be interesting to figure out. U14 boys will be the top 4. Eli Franco definitely is going to be in. Looks like he's going to be the number 1 seed. That'll be a traditional step ladder. All 3 girls in U14 will be advancing. Question is who's going to be the number 1 seed there. U16 girls, I'm sorry, U16 boys, I beg your pardon. U16 boys, we're taking the top 4. That's a race that's going to come down to looks like the last game. All games are not accounted for yet. U16 girls actually going to take 6, and that's going to be an eliminator style. U18 boys is going to be a traditional step ladder with the top 4 advancing. Brett Biondo having himself a day. He was plus 136, and looks like after 6 games. Nice job by Brett Biondo. Ashlyn Tevis, looks like she's going to be the number 1 seed in U18 girls. And Donovan Lake, all of the U23 scores not in yet, but he's got a chance at the top seed in U23.
see you, man. Take care.
Is it 9 to 10?
You want me to lie? It's a little
Biondo. All right, the ball's on. All right, and the next winner is Caesar Benavides. Francie, you won. Yeah, did you? Yeah, yeah. Okay, Will is also offering any storm ball of choice, so that's nice. You can see Will in the pro shop.
Just got to remember that. We got to remember that because maybe I think that's the new app. So I don't know if it'll fit in. We don't have the new turkey.
Kia Henderson. Kia. Leah Johnson. Lindsay Sauer? Did I say that right? Sarar. That's a new name for me. Sarar. All right. Ron Flanagan. All right, I'm gonna call out a couple more. Let's go with Robert Bushak. You're a winner. Jackie Goodwin. You're a winner. We still have an immortalizer, and we have some EYT merch. This preserves the life of the bullet ball. You put it in your bag.
It's supposed to draw oil out of it, keeping it warm. I don't know if they work or not, but I've seen the science behind them, and it sounds logical.
Aretha. All right, thanks again for participating in the raffle. We raised $860 for you guys. That's awesome. Well done. Yes. Yes. And thanks to all of our sponsors that give us all of those great prizes. All right, so we have a roll-off. That's exciting. Between Cameron Anderson and DJ Navidad. And it's going to be on 9 and 10. In the first match will be the 3rd seed Landon Henderson versus the number 2 seed Xavier Martinez. The winner of that match will see the number 1 seed Caden Regan.
All right, so folks, there is a roll-off. Let's take that down for a moment. On 13 and 14, they get 1 shot each, and the roll-off is in the U16 boys division between Cameron Anderson and DJ Natividad.
In the first match will be the number 4 seed Nehemiah Keeper versus the number 3 seed JJ Gilton. The winner of that match will then go on to see the number 2 seed Charlie Jones. The winner of that match will see the number 1 seed Eli Franco. You'll be on 13 and 14. In the U16 girls, you guys will be on 15 and 16. In the first match will be a 4-person match. The top 2 will advance. The number 6 seed, McKenna Morales, and the number 5 seed, Jessica Pivens, and the number 4 seed, Jade Casillas, and the number 3 seed, Autumn Strode, will hold 1 match. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where they'll see the number 2 seed, Kennedy Spears, and the number 1 seed, Leah Johnson. You'll be on 15 and 16. I'm going to announce the junior bowl qualifiers before we move on. In the U14 boys division, congratulations, Benjamin Sarber. You're going to Minnesota. Make us proud. In the U16 girls division, Benjamin Sarrar. Alright, U16 girls, Addison Stahl, congratulations. And U16 boys, Alex Sarlingo. And you come on up for your certificates. And Kate is here to take your photo.
So the roll-off is underway. Deandra has announced all of our other divisions. Unfortunate open frame. So Cameron Anderson with the early advantage, just simply by, fortunately, that open frame from DJ. So obviously Cameron, who just would love good count even if it's an open, and he's gotten everything that you could want in that situation. So not over with yet. The max that DJ can get now is 37. Again, Cameron in full control here. Those of you still, of course, hanging around, we appreciate you tuning in today. Finals are on their way. just getting the roll off complete. That's a nice break there. And of course, with the double, Cameron Anderson is going to be advancing. You could tell this was DJ's first roll off. Getting used to what to do, how to do it. So in U18, Cameron is actually going to be bowling. I'm sorry, U16, I beg your pardon. He's going to be bowling on 17 and 18. That's a great shot there for DJ. That's one of those that, you know, the first frame, some nerves and a roll off too. All right, final announcements being made on where players are going to go.
Ramel versus the number 3 seed, Zach Rosen. The winner of that will see the number 2 seed, Devin McKinsey.
All right, our roll-off is
The winner
complete.
of that will see the number 1 seed, Brett Biondo. You're on 21 and 2. In the U23 division, the first match will be the number 4 seed, Robert Stratney, versus the number 3 seed, Jaden Penny. The winner of that will see the number 2 seed, Sean Lee, and the winner of that will see the number 1 seed, Donovan Blake. You're on 23 and 24.
All right, so minus U16 girls, every other finals, or I should say advancement via division, is going to be a traditional step ladder today. The U16 girls division will be the eliminator style because they have the highest amount of entries here this week. So in front of us here, we are waiting for just a rundown from Steve, and practice will begin here shortly. I'll add in a couple of picture-in-picture opportunities, of course, on what's happening via 7 through 10 and 15 through 18. Holly Orgman will face Haley Sloniker to begin on 11 and 12. They'll get a couple of shots each of practice. Again, that's U18 girls on 11 and 12. A lot of rooting interest for JJ today. And JJ is taking on Nehemiah Kiefer in the first match of this step ladder. So again, practice underway, and then matches to begin here shortly. Then we've got U12 boys over on 9 and 10. U12 girls on 7 and 8. On 15 and 16. I believe that is the, let me double check actually. Yeah, we've got the U16 eliminator going on 15 and 16. Then on 17 and 18, the U16 U16 boys over on 17 and 18. Now, unfortunately, off camera, we've got the U14 girls and their step ladder, as well as the U18 boy step ladder. So I'll have to give you the radio play-by-play for those, as well as the U23 girls, I'm sorry, U23 division step ladder as well. So if there is a player or division who will have questions about, just let me know in the comments, either Facebook or YouTube, and then I will let you know what's happening and update you as best as humanly possible. All right, first shot here for Mr. JJ, and again, this is on the fresh, excuse me, it's on the burn. All right, so no re-oil for either of these matchups, okay? So again, keep that in mind, no re-oil. We're on the burn. All of these matches and step ladders, final time on the burn. Early open, unfortunately, for Holly on 11 and 12. That's a good shot there. Oh, that was a really good shot. Steve, because of the amount of finals going on simultaneously, I can split screen it. But I can tell you in the bottom right of your screen, that is, oh wait, I'm sorry. I can't split screen it in the traditional sense. I was looking at the preview window and did not have our picture-in-picture. So at least I can give you that. My apologies. So U16 is to the right, and it's going to be in the bottom right of your screen. If I can enlarge those just a little bit more. Try to give everybody the best possible viewing point, best as we can anyway. Now I will move periodically to additional cameras, of course, to put them in full screen mode so you can see what's happening. So we start here, and then we'll kind of maneuver based on maybe which matchups are ending and or which ones are extremely good. right, so Kiefer now with the 2-4. It's weird for some reason, and obviously we do this every month, but it feels like we have almost every pair in play for the finals, which seems rare, but it's probably because we have a 24-lane center and we can use just about every lane. So bottom right, again, U16 boys and girls. And the bottom left, U12 boys and girls. Big screen up top right now features U18 girls on the left, U14 boys on the right. Just some of these scoreboards. Keep you updated on scores to our left and right as best as possible as well. Again, top 3 in U12 boys and girls, bottom left of your screen. Top 4 U14 boys, 13 and 14. Again, that's the right of your screen in the middle. We've got U18 girls. Want to get at least part of the U18 division going on. U18 boys, they are to the far right of the bowling center. Again, keeping you updated there. Same thing with U23. Kiefer, oh, almost the upper deck 7. That was an excellent shot. When we started this morning, Nehemiah actually got to 13 and 14. It was not his favorite pair. I'd be interested to see if this one ended up being one of his the lowest tally that he had on this particular pair. Kiefer trying to make the climb today as the number 4 seed. Nehemiah. Facing again J.J. Yelton. Easton Taylor just missed advancing to the U14 finals. Charlie Jones, the number 2 seed. Eli Franco, who went even today for 6 games. Great bowling today, Eli. Looking for another EYT title. He's been making the trip here in his dad for a little bit. Young Landon Henderson taking on Xavier. Xavier Martinez in the 2 versus 3 matchup. Again, bottom left of your screen. Right, open frame there for Landon in the bottom left. Holly, again, verbal commitment to Jacksonville State. Very smooth with the two-handed delivery. We were talking about that a little bit with Coach Will. I've been really impressed with just the two-handed young ladies and young female athletes that we are seeing. Had a chance to see Nora Johansson up close from Sweden. Nora spent time on the PWBA tour this season. She's just 22 years old. She talked about, of course, being the only two-handed woman in Europe. And now, of course, certainly when she first started. So didn't have another woman in that with that style to look up to. Great shot from Kiefer. Now, of course, that has all changed because many are looking at Nora and Holly and Danielle Henderson, for example. They have role models now with regard to the two-handed style. So if you're a young lady thinking about the style, you now have several players you can kind of watch and build your game or mold it around. Meanwhile, Kiefer and JJ, really good match here brewing early. Great shot, wraps the 10-pin. Autumn Strode. Autumn has gone strike open, just left the 6-pin. She's in frame 3. It'll be 3 rounds in the U16 girls division. Single pin there for Kiefer, and now JJ with an opportunity to capitalize in our U12 boys and girls matchups. Landon trailing, but he is up on lane 9. Amaya Ruffin is facing, I think is Amaya bowling her sister right now in the U12 girls match? No, her sister Samantha is the number 1 seed. Amaya is bowling Ava Flanningam in the opening match of their stepladder finals. Little backup ball for Landon. Trying to go with that 7-pin. And Yelton. Many of these finals will end somewhat quickly. We've got several divisions with 3. About a little less than half with 3 and about half with 4. So some will have, of course, an extra match. Well, interesting. That looked like a really good shot there from Holly. And maybe a ball that's just really clean. Kiefer. But when his ball hits the pins, it's just crazy. But he's met his match here. This opening U14 boy stepladder, JJ Yelton. Looking pretty strong here. 246 is the max for Yelton. 236 right now, the max for Kiefer. The difference right now is the 2 opens as opposed to 1 for Nehemiah. He's trying to keep it that way. And for now, he does. U16 girls, because of course they are working in the eliminator format, they've got 4 players bowling game 1. So they're on a much slower pace than the rest of our matches. As that one creeps through the nose there for JJ, leaves the 6-10. Meanwhile, Landon with a strike in the 7th frame, he trails. And U12 boys getting closer to going full screen in that area there. Young Xavier nearly lost his glasses on that U12 shot. That was a nice catch. Pretty close semifinal matchup over there. Meanwhile, after the Kiefer double, sparing now a 10-pin here for J.J. Yelton. If he makes this, his max is 215. Kiefer will have an opportunity to step up and win this one in the 10th frame. Good spare. Very close match again in U18 girls. Haley Sloniker and Holly Orgeman. Kiefer, all right. He gets out of trouble, which is the most important part of that situation. Hold on, ball. And now it's a much different situation. There was the possibility of a tie. And now Nehemiah's, unfortunately, he's got to be thinking double. A double and good count gets him in the 2-0s. It would at least still force JJ to have to put in some work in the 10th frame. He'd need at least a mark. Huge shot here, didn't like it, and leaves a 4-pin. Still important to run down this spare. Ties still loom. You never know. Other matches that are currently in the 10th frame. U16 boys. With young Cameron, looks like he is going to fall short in his first matchup. Count was important there. All right, meanwhile, 11 and 12. This one's going to come down to the 10th frame also. Landed shot, one. JJ. Oh, no. All right, let's do the quick math here. All right, he's good. 7 was enough. That's why you just never know. And count on fill shots. Supremely important. Never let anyone tell you that shot doesn't matter. Well, JJ gets by Kiefer, 190 to 188. Not a Sloniker. A 4-7 to convert. 166 for Haley. This is a must-strike situation for Holly. And there it is. Of course, now appropriate count. We just talked about how important count is. You don't want to see 5 or 6 here and then leave it to chance on getting the appropriate pins on the second shot. There's the 6. And now she's got to make it. Just talked about you. You don't want to see 5 or 6 up there. So now it's has to make it to win the match. 3 is a tie. Anything less than that, she will lose. 3 is a tie, and we're going to another roll-off. All right, so while we wait, let's go down full screen briefly to 15 through 18 and take a look at U16. So we're on 11 and 12. The scoreboard is being prepared for the roll-off. So the U16 girls, is an FYI, right? The top 2 seeds got a bye. So you're seeing seeds 3, 4, 5, and 6 bowl. The top 2 scores in this game will advance. Again, top 2 scores here will advance. All right, we'll go back next door because the roll-off is set. Holly had the, or wanted to finish on the right lane, and she gets a nice break. She was the higher seed, so she had the choice on who was going to start. She wanted to end on the right lane, which means she starts on the left. And now Haley has her shot. Meanwhile, J.J. Yelton ready to start his next match against Charlie Jones, but he needs a thumb to do it. Autumn Strode with a spare is going to be in the 190s. And Strode, wow, just missed the single pin. She's still in the 180s, but now it's questionable if she can make it here. Good spare. Oh, what a split conversion made to the right side of your screen. McKenna. McKenna Morales just made the 5-7 to keep herself in the 180s and the possibility to still advance because of the missed single pin from Autumn Strode. 2 pin there for Haley. Wow, what a split conversion. And now Jade Mazinis, who has already made the first strike. McKenna puts the stamp on the fill. This is the shot of the match right here. And Jade with the 6-10. And she will fall short of advancement. So Strode, despite the mistake in the 10th frame, she is going to advance along with McKenna Morales. But how about McKenna making the 5-7? Right after that missed single pin there for Haley. Young Charlie Jones. Possibility of a tie looms here. Gonna have a mark here from Holly. And oh no. Wow, the 10 pin just goes late. That was almost danger. If she would have got 2 with the split, we would have tied again. And it's handled. And now officially, Holly is going to advance. Well, that was entertaining. U16 girls, they are in now awaiting for the top 2 seeds to enter the fray over there on 15 and 16. Trying to get you updated on what I see going down. Great shot. It's a good ball change. All right, so anyone with questions? I've been checking the chat. I don't see any. Or maybe I missed them if I did. Again, we do have a couple of step ladders that are going on off camera. The U12 boys and girls should be in their respective title matches. And they are in the boys match. It is Caden Regan taking on Xavier Martinez. Charlie Jones unfortunately missed the single pin there. And in the U12 girls, Ava Flanagan was hoping to bowl, or I'm sorry, is bowling Samantha Ruffin. Samantha was hoping to bowl her sister in the finals. Well, I'm pretty impressed with young JJ here. I like his demeanor. Ian Kloss over in U16 boys. Kloss is bowling, I want to say Marshall Olson, but I can't confirm. Yes, he is bowling Marshall Olson. Kloss took care of Cameron Anderson in the opening match. Nice double there for JJ. All right, so let's move around just for a little bit here. So we'll go next door briefly. Take a quick look at the U16 boys for a moment. We'll get back to Charlie and JJ here in just a second. Now Sarah Doty in some practice shots. Doty is over on 11 and 12. We're kind of at that spot now where matches end. Of course, U16 girls is the most in our finals today, so they got practice shots going on. And of course, the roll-off, which took place, delayed the start of our next match in the U18 girls, is Sarah Doty getting warmed up. Wow, I don't know what hit that for Charlie Jones. That was one of the more intriguing shots I've seen in a while, folks. Let's see if I can bring this up here. All right, so watch lane 13. An odd way to trip a 710. Like, you just don't really see it done that way a lot. For the Leah Johnson fans out there, she and Kennedy Spears about to bowl in the U16 girls. Oh, and that one was nearly made, speaking of the Greek church, by JJ. They are bowling very quickly, actually, next door. Take it back there now. Sarah Doty, very accurate. Certainly a straighter player. So you've got certainly the difference in styles between Holly and Sarah. Holly sticking with the ball that she did throw on the fill shot. Now Charlie Jones. Big spare, back-to-back splits, unfortunately, for JJ. Another good break there for Holly. Ashlyn Tevis, #1 seed in U18 girls. She will face either Sarah Doty or Holly Orgeman. Miss Boykin checking in. Look out. So JJ now with his work cut out for us. He trails by 31. He made a ball change at the start of this match. Doty with the early double. Over in the U16 boys, Ian Kloss is going to be in the 230s, and it's going to be 2 up, 2 down for Ian. Yelton now with 3 consecutive opens. His max score is 180. So this is a no doubt must strike situation just to make sure Charlie Jones can kind of sleepwalk his way through the final 2 frames. Well, it looks like now Charlie Jones max score is going to be 170 with the spare here for JJ. Mr. Switalski checking in. I like the energy, Shauna. Repping for the family name. I see you. I can respect that. I'm still impressed with. I know you were joking, of course, but truly, I don't know if I've seen you until today. Charlie Jones, his approach, I don't know what he's throwing. It kind of gives the color looks like an Ion Pro Solid. I'm not sure, but it's not too wicked off the spot down lane, right? And I think that's really helped him here in this match. Kind of the difference in ball reaction between Charlie and JJ. All right, so Caden and Xavier over in our U12 boys match. That one's about to come down to the 9th and 10th frame as well. We'll give the look to our U12 young athletes here in a moment. Now, unfortunately, of course, mathematically, it is over. Charlie is going to advance. I'd be really curious how that thing is drilled for Charlie Jones. I mean, it's like going dead straight. All right, so updating our U16 boys matchup. Again, Ian Kloss, again, 2 up, 2 down. He is in the championship match. He is going to take on top seed JT Grothus. And that is in the bottom right of your screen. Nice job by Charlie. Good match here. Well bowled match between both. Good tournament today from JJ. He's going to finish 3rd. U16 girls underway, bottom right of your screen. Devin McKiskey just made a huge split down on 23 and 24. He's in the U18 boys match down there. And young Samantha Ruffin pretty impressive stuff what she's been able to do so far here today in our U12 girls division. Doty now with the possibility of having 2 opens in the last 3 frames, and that's what it's going to be. And so Holly still finds herself well within this match here through the first 4 frames. One final look at JJ. He will shake hands with Charlie Jones. Let's go down to the U12 division for a moment. It's a 4-pin match. Xavier Martinez already with the first one in the 10th. That was a good shot. Wasn't expecting there the 5-7, but he does have the count advantage. All right, so here's the deal. Caden's got to step up in the 10th frame, and he's going to have to find a way to throw 2 strikes in the 10th. Meanwhile, Eli Franco is going to take on Charlie Jones. That's in the U14 boys. Unfortunately for Mr. Caden. And I know he is certainly disappointed. Yeah, well, I was talking about the U12 division earlier, right? And just the with the emotional aspect of it. And you get every ounce, right? The happy, the sad, the joyous moments, the tough moments. But we get to watch them learn in these life lessons, like in the moment. And Caden just taking a moment to just conduct himself, get himself together. I'd love to see him spare this up right here. On the right side of your screen. Drop the ball. Doty. All right, she takes care of the spare. Still a great tournament for Caden. He will finish 2nd. Meanwhile, Samantha Ruffin, what a tournament. The #1 seed in qualifying and takes care of Ava Flanagan shoots 205 in the process. Well, Ruffin gets it done. All right, let's go to back over to 11 through 14 briefly. Thank you, Andy and Amber. Torpedo direct hit. Boy, I tell you, that's a great ball choice. Shoot, I need to figure out if I can use it. Me Googling direct hit torpedo right now. That's the other problem with bowling balls, man. I wish each brand had the rights to just their color scheme and their color scheme only, because they all end up looking similar over the course of, you know, a bowling ball release period of time. But it's whatever it is, and I don't know by trade if it's supposed to be a slow response ball, but it certainly looks like it. And he is able to control the pocket for the most part, and that's really all you need. You'll probably need a few strikes, though, because Eli Franco went even today for his 6 games to grab the #1 seed. All the best for Kayla, by the way, Miss Boykin. Okay, so 11 and 12. Doty with a strike in the 7th. Big opportunity here for Eli Franco. I feel like he's been coming to some EYTs frequently here in the last, I would say 4 months-ish or so. He's produced 3 runner-up finishes. He's trying to break through here on the Elite Youth Tour. Doty was trying to get that one to get moving left, maybe get a Brooklyn strike or a break, and now a 310. I apologize, too. I was looking at the wrong score. Doty, after the double, was in the lead. I beg your pardon. Spare very important because that could change briefly. So Holly's going to finish first. 194 is available. Break? Oh my goodness. Wow. Holly one step possibly closer to bowling against her future collegiate teammate in Ashlyn Tebbis at Jacksonville State. I tell you, the breaks that she has gotten, they've all been on the left lane, ironically enough. First shot, 10th frame, that's got a wheel. It does. Must strike here to lock up the match, and we'll send Holly to the title match again against Ashlyn Tebbis. Anything less And Sarah Doty will be able to step up in the 10th and have a chance to win. Must strike here, and Holly will shut the door. Wheel ball. Oh, and there it is. Holly shut the door and tossed the key. She's headed to the championship match. Got to stay behind the foul line and hit pins. That's been a little interesting for some players today. Well, Holly has come through in the 10th frame again. Folks, if you're joining us late, she was in a roll-off in our opening match against Haley Sloniker. And Holly, who controlled her own destiny in the 10th frame, needed to make the bucket. She got the first one in the 10th and then got 6. She left a bucket, had to make it to win the match by 1. She got 3. They tied, and of course we went to a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, which Holly did win and advanced. And now she gets it done here. Parlayed the break in the 9th. Did what she had to do in the 10th frame on lane 12. And Sarah Doty, who is a consistent champion here on the Elite Youth Tour, will finish in 3rd place today. All right, let's check in on the U16. I'm sorry. Where are we at? There's so many divisions. We are at U16 boys, thank you, where Ian Kloss has been lighting it up. But well, he's got some challenges here today, or in this particular match, excuse me. We'll get you back to Franco versus Jones here. You can see it in the bottom right of your screen. So Kloss makes the spare in the 8th frame, and I tell you, I'd be curious to know what kind of turned the tide, if you will, for Ian. I was watching him during qualifying. It didn't look comfortable. So Kloss against JT Grothus, and they're going back and forth, as you can see. How about the backup ball here for JT Grothus? Not sure if he's been doing that this entire match. My guess is yes. And if you are a two-handed player, I mean, that's just one item you got to have in your bag. Unfortunately, off camera, Charlie, I should say bottom right of your screen, I beg your pardon. Looks like Charlie fouled on his first shot in frame 4. Good news is it was on a strike. Grothus, let's see what JT's got left here. If he makes the spare, he's got 2:48 left. Ian Kloss has got 2:35 left, so that one's not over with. To their left, of course, Kennedy Spears, Leah Johnson, our top 2 seeds in the U16 girls. Autumn Strode, McKenna Morales, again, the top 2 there, advance to bowl for the title in U16 girls today. Big shot here coming up from Kloss as Groth has missed the single pin. The door is open. They both are throwing the back up. Oh, this is impressive. Same game plan. Well, I tell you, I know folks sometimes be like, man, I don't know about that left side. If I was a left-handed player, I'd be like, you right-handers, y'all, you know, get up off our side. That was a huge shot in the 9th. Again, all 3 in the 10th puts Kloss at 235. Man, kind of that week 7-ish. Mrs. Brandolino, shout out to Julie again, checking in. She's about to watch two of Gianna Brandolino's future teammates battle for the U18 girls title here in a moment. But first, again, we finish up with Kloss and Grothus. This is for the title in U16 boys. And Tevis just went Greek church in her first shot on lane 11 as the U18 girls title match now officially underway. McKenna crosses over. Count is very important here for Ian Kloss. Strike will force a 20. I'm sorry. I'm thinking JT had a kind of one more frame prior to that 10th. So 214. So now it's 9. If he strikes, if he had struck there, it'd be a slightly different story. That is 9. It was almost 6 for JT Grothus as Eli Franco takes care of business. Wow, what a match that was. So if Ian had struck there, of course, it would have been 215. Would have forced a mark just to outright win the match. If JT had missed that, of course, and the count was different from Ian, it would have tied, would have went to another roll-off. I think the last time I was here, JT won. Did he win Battle Royale? I think he did. And a Stone Cold 8-pin from the backup righty. That was pretty impressive. Two two-handed righties went back up, and they went toe-to-toe. Kloss nearly climbed the ladder, but he falls to top seed JT Grothus 225 to 214. So now 10th frame quickly over on 15 and 16, where the top two scores will advance. Autumn Stroh just doubled, and that was clutch. In a similar situation, she missed a single pin in game 1 in the 10th, but it did not come back to haunt it. Almost did. Meanwhile, Leah Johnson shoots what, 2-0? Yeah, 204. She's going to need, speaking of Autumn, she's going to need some help. Kennedy Spears cannot get there, so it's going to be up to McKenna Morales, who made the 5-7 in the 10th frame to put herself in position to advance, and ultimately did that. This was back in 10th frame game number 1. Again, I'll get you back to 11 through 14 here in a moment. So McKenna, the must strike situation here. I'm sorry, not a must strike. She's got to remain clean. She needs a mark in the 10th frame. Oh, what a shot. Wow, she has performed beautifully in the 10th frame in both games. First, the 5-7 in game 1. And now striking. She's just got to get pins and stay behind the foul line. She needs 2 in 2 shots. And it's going to be Leah Johnson versus McKenna Morales for the U16 girls title. All right, now back over to 11 through 14, left side of your screen. U18 girls. Ashlyn Tevis, top seed. Holly Orgeman, number 3 seed. Illinois versus Wisconsin, but 2 future Jacksonville State teammates both recently gave their commitments. Tevis actually signed. Holly gave her verbal. And now Eli Franco with a 10 pin after a very nice run here. Charlie Jones just couldn't get going here in this one. On a couple of early miscues. He was so good in the semifinal match. Mentioned Eli Franco, who had already finished finished second 3 times in his last couple of EYT tournaments. Trying to break through today.
I think it was how hard I hit the ground when I was dropping.
That's a good break there for Charlie. You know, young Charlie here, he remains composed. That's the one thing that truly, you know, at this level, when you see youth players stay composed, you should compliment them on that. It is very difficult to do for adults. And obviously our youth players, they got a lot going on, a lot of emotions, school's hard, a lot of homework, all the extracurricular activities, and they're out here trying to win a tournament. I'm just trying to get my knee to stop hurting when I bowl. And they're doing all of that. I can barely stay mentally composed when I bowl league, the couple times I randomly do it. So the youth athletes have a lot of respect for me, truly. So Ashlyn has not gotten out the gates well here in this title match. She went Greek Church strike, 9-spare open, as you just saw, the 2-4-7. Strikes in the 5th. Meanwhile, Holly, she's gotten a couple of breaks, but she's parlayed them into do exactly what you should do. Franco. Bang. What a great shot. And again, the 2 future teammates. But right now, they are competitors, and each wants to win the U18 Girls EYT title here in November. Well, the simple math is, as wow, well, that was brutal. Eli Franco looked at his score and saw it was 167, and he motioned and he raised his hands up and down in the 6-7 motion. But that shot right there, no 6-7 about it. That young man is an elite youth tour champion, and he can smell the roses as he takes it all in. Presence of mind to kind of keep it light, right? Again, the mental composure. You know, more or less, obviously, right? Knows he's got the match. Not mathematically won, but he knew he was in control. He just had to keep it on the lane for a couple shots, but he wants to throw good shots on the end, and he is doing that. Eli Franco, a champion today. Tevis, get out of there. Well, if Ashley can get going here, will allow Holly. She knows that she just can't run away with the match. Devin McKiskey, by the way, taking on Brett Biondo in the U18 boys title match. It looks to be a good one as well. Franco, 3 excellent shots. The right-hand fist pump. Put the finishing touches on it. That young man is a fantastic competitor. And so is Ashlyn Tevis. Making a match here in this U18 girls final. Andy, yeah, I think I thought I wasn't tripping. I feel like I've seen Charlie bowl at least one EYT in the past. He's going to win, and he's going to win multiple. There's no doubt about that. Double dribble. That jump shot is still good from Holly. Nothing like a little step back. Every now and then, Holly, you got to hit him with the hezzy. Orgeman. Another one. Well, that one saw friction and he immediately stood up. It's a good break, though, just leaving a 3-pin. 234 is the max for Ashlyn Tevis. We'll have one title match remaining. And it will be the U16 girls match. Leah Johnson versus McKenna Morales. Charlie Jones finishes up. It's a nice round of applause. Tevis in must strike territory. No. Curious what she saw from this pair that made her say, I'm going to throw urethane. But perhaps she didn't see much, so she wanted some control. Ashlyn Tevis, not only is she one of the best youth players in the country, but specifically from the left-handed side of the lane, she could be the best lefty. That strike would have went a long way to helping her stay in this match. Instead, she trails by 26 with 2 frames to go. It's going to need tons of strikes and a lot of help. And very similar to what we saw in on the right lane, excuse me, she leaves a 3-pin. Now that match with the spare is going to be 202. And it's going to be up to Holly to take care of business. Really appreciate you commenting and watching, of course, Andy. Always a pleasure. Talking about the what success means. That's an often, or a question that's often raised in life and sport. And for some, right, it's titles. For some, it's cuts. For some, it's checks. But truly, at this level, just like anything else, there's the building blocks, the stepping stones. We talk a lot about that on the professional tours. The phases to winning, but you can't win if you don't make the cut. So shout out to Charlie. 3-6-10. Not everybody's favorite spare to shoot. She makes this one. She is it's got to take care of business in the 10th frame. Got a chance and it chops it. All right, so now it's going to be an 18-pin fill to shut out Ashlyn Tevis. Meanwhile, Brett Biondo and Devin McKiskey locked in a battle down there. Here's Holly. First one is a good one. Well, she's got the hard part out the way. She's already been through this a little bit. But 2 matches ago, left the bucket on the second shot in the 10th. Ended up in a roll-off. Strike here, she seals the deal. Orgeman for a title. It's okay. Needs one. 1 for the win. She'll take 3 and a title. And the future Jacksonville State Gamecock, 2 of them in fact, Tevis, as well of course as Holly Orgeman, but today it's Holly who will be an EYT champion. More good bowling from Ashlyn Tevis. There's not really a time where I don't see Ashlyn bowl pretty well, and that's just being honest. Saw Holly at the Wisconsin State High School tournaments earlier in the year. We'll get you down to the U16 girls title match. And now it's official, 205 to 179. Dee just gave Holly a hug. The 2 future teammates share an embrace. All right, McKenna Morales. Trophy presentation will take place at the conclusion of this particular match. It's the final match. McKenna Morales performed so great in the 10th frame in her 2 previous matches. But she is really close to earning a victory. And there's another good shot. Her 2nd strike of the match here. Meanwhile, Leah Johnson, no strikes through 4, but she is clean. All right, just a single pin on the break. Big shout outs again to Ryan, Dave Bartlett, Trevor, and everybody who did watch and certainly comment on our YouTube stream, as well as Jessica Underhill. Sounds like Donovan Lake has taken down the U23 division. Johnson. High flush, and now she continues to play the single pin game. But I tell you, that's a game I'm always willing to roll the dice with. In a championship match, if your opponent hadn't yet to threaten you, right, and she's still yet to strike, McKenna has more strikes than Leah Johnson. And Johnson still clean now through 6. Sorry, Lake family, that the U23 division was so far away. But I did confirm that, I shouldn't say I confirmed. I overheard, I was ear whispering. Donovan said that was 3 in a row as he was talking to Will Clark. Or as we like to say, also ear hustling. McKenna. And the 4-7-10. No count there in the 6th. Max score is now 211. Read it. 2, 4, 5, 7. The interesting thing about this match, right, you watch what McKenna just did in the 6th, and even with this leave, and you go, this one's still not quite over because Leah Johnson simply just hasn't thrown any strikes, right? You know, bowling, we all know, things can just kind of change on a dime. However, with the way Leah has looked confident, right? And when you've got a confident spare shooter, it's a much different ball game when you're confident with regard to spare shooting, and there's no reason for Leah not to be confident. She's got to keep attacking the 1-3 pocket. And there it is. Leah Johnson, emphatic strike in the 7th. What a great time to throw your first strike. Your opponent with an opportunity. Try to add a little bit more pressure on you potentially. Leah, there it is, her first double. And just like that, Leah Johnson doing a great job of breathing. Been watching her as she comes down from the concourse, as she gets set up, breathing, as she leaves and walks away from the foul line, breathing. Watch how this ball hit. It was her first shot here. And that's an emphatic first strike right there. Of course, she turned that into a double. This is a good time to remind you that our next tournament, and it's a not just a tournament, it's a tournament weekend. December 13th and 14th. It is the holiday doubles. Really, it's Bowlapalooza weekend, but it's holiday doubles on Saturday the 13th, and then the EYT Trios Team Cup on the 14th, which is Sunday. It'll be at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. Shout out to Chris Watson. Lockport or Strike and Spare 2, of course, River Rand Bowl, two prominent centers and venues for the Elite Youth Tour. That'll be the last event, of course, to close out 2025. Hard to believe this year is almost over. This finish for McKenna, especially if you're just joining us, does not begin to tell the story of what she did to get to this point in this title match. Again, in the opening game, and this was an eliminator format for this particular division, they actually advanced 6 people. They had the highest entry count this weekend. Speaking of U16 girls, McKenna made the 5-7 in the 10th frame. I put her in the high 180s, and it actually, unfortunately for Autumn Strode, she did miss a single pin in the 10th. That left her at 182. And so McKenna had moved in front of Autumn score-wise as Leah crosses over and carries. Jay Mazenis had an opportunity to move in front of Autumn Strode. She got the first one in the 10th, could not get the second. So Autumn Strode and McKenna Morales did advance in the first game eliminator. Then McKenna stepped up big in the 10th frame, again doubling in the previous game to advance along with Leah Johnson. And Johnson now has taken care of business. This one is official. I have to give Leah Johnson a lot of credit. The last time I saw her bowl was at the Battle Royale in September. She had a moment where I believe the ball stuck on her thumb, kind of went in the air, bounced in the gutter, and I think it went on to another lane. And of course, she was a little unsettled after that. That did happen. She took a few moments and just got herself together. But I'll never forget that look on her face, right? She had faced adversity. And to see her just 2 months later take down an Elite Youth Tour title, that's an early life lesson with regards to adversity, how to handle it, how to not let it define you. Congratulations to young Leah. Got a little open play already going down on lane 3. Morales will close it out. She got one more shot to go, and then we'll bring in the step and repeat for the awards presentation. All right, 201.
Good job, man.
And 201 to 152. All right, we'll get you ready for the presentation here. You'll see Deandra, that is, here in a moment. It's on its way. And there it is. There's Corbin. Oh, that's great.
I mean, Megan might have something to say about it. There you go. If you're ready, just give me, yeah, that paper and I'll put that one.
I'll just put it
All you do is win.
I'll just track it.
Okay. All right, U23 in second place. Congratulations, Robert Scretany. Well done. And champion again. How many is this?
3 in a row, and I think
Three.
8 total.
3 in a row. Donovan Lake, congratulations. You love these little trophies.
I got a look at something.
There you go. Maybe your grandma's the reason.
Maybe, yeah.
Right,
I'm
see? Oh, she did it? All right, champions, come on back. Donovan, I'm gonna leave it right here, okay? Come on in. U12 on the left. We're gonna start moving. Right behind her. Actually, are we all gonna sit or should we do two? All right, go ahead. Come in. U12, U14. Oh, where's Olivia? I was like, she better not have left. No, her trophy. A little boy. They are fragile if they fall. Okay. Just hold it together. It's so close. Oh, that's okay. You can get it to stand on something else. Okay, so you're going to be behind. Yeah, we gotta like kind of stagger. Olivia and Eli switch. Oh wait. Yeah. All right. So now parent.
I'm not doing it.
Is this good for you? Are you sure? Okay. Yeah, it takes a little. Make sure we can see your trophy. So you guys go back. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, don't put it in front of your face. No, put it a little bit like. traditional. One more.
Can I lie again one more?
Great. Okay, now it's funny. Funniest face. Get relaxed. You can sit down, you can lay down. Yeah, mix it up. You can sit, but we want to see you. Yep, sit in front. Think of something, your funniest face you've ever done in your life. Hurt yourself.
Take this background with me.
There you go. Oh god, this is so comfortable.
Okay, be funny. You can do like, or
Stabilize. Stabilize, bro.
yeah, yeah. Okay, are you ready?
So uncomfortable.
Be funny.
This is so uncomfortable. Careful. This is so
Wait, one more. Okay, one more, yeah.
Lean up, JT.
Okay. All right, everybody, congratulations. I hope to see you next month.
Can you do it on my phone?
Hey, Deandra, there's a couple more photos real quick.
What can I do?
Hey, you like the?
Low-key, maybe question.
Hey, you and JT were a little ratty.
Yeah, I know. Him and I both did so bad.
All right, folks, that's going to do it. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Again, our next event, December 13th and 14th. December 13th and 14th. Holiday doubles and the elite, EYT Team Cup Trio is what I should say. With that said, big thanks to our staff, of course, Deandra Asbeatty, Corbin Sadowski. We had Aretha, Roxanne, Steven here today, Rochelle for a little minute. And shout out to our staff who could not be here, Riley, Megan, Melanie. Hope everybody is good. We'll see you in December. This has been a presentation of the Elite Stream, courtesy of Boldstream TV. Thank you to our sponsors, of course, Storm Turbo, Dexter, H5G Brand, and Gail Volsha, along with Fast Track Physio. Now we'll see you in December. You guys be safe, be well, and I'll see you on the other side.